second day and final day of our virtual inquiry session on aviation safety. This is the last of our scheduled oral sessions in relation to the proposed Earraghail renewable energy development. Just as a reminder, I'm Tammy Swift-Adams and my colleague Karen Hayward, together with the reporters appointed by the Scottish Ministers to consider and report on the proposal. So we finished yesterday with the end of Mr. Kirkland's evidence in chief. So we're beginning today with Mr. McLeod's cross-examination of Mr. Kirkland. So unless anybody's got any matters arising before we start, Mr. Findlay.
You're on mute.
You're on mute, Mr. Findlay.
Difficulty unmuting me. A conspiracy against listening to me. I'd alerted Mr. McLeod to this already. Overnight, I became aware that I had omitted to ask Mr. Kirkland two matters just to finalise his evidence. They're fairly short matters. I'll tell you exactly what they are. I alluded, I think, when cross-examining Mr. Hoogstraten to the questions that the applicant wished to put to the CAA, and it's the last two questions which cover operational matters. The first questions all cover matters that Mr. Thompson can deal with. So, and to an extent, Mr. Kirkland's dealt with them already in his evidence, but I just wish to have that evidence before the inquiry, and Mr. McLeod's been so good to say he doesn't object. So, subject to your approval, I'd just like to spend 2 or 3 minutes dealing that with Mr. Kirkland at the moment, and then hand them over to Mr. McLeod.
Okay, that's fine. So if that's just going to be a couple of minutes, if you just confirm when you're finished, are you happy for me to then hand straight over to you without a break, Mr. McLeod?
Yes, Anne, thank you.
Okay, we'll do that then. Okay, so back to you, Mr. Findlay.
I'm much obliged to you and Mr. McLeod. I hope as appears from the agreement we sent to you the day before the inquiry started, behind the scenes we are cooperating, even though we're knocking chunks out of each other on stage. Mr. Kirkland, so we're looking at CD 1217, which is the note of the April business meeting, and we're looking at page 6 of that, and 6 and 7, I think it is, and we're looking at questions 7 and 8.
Okay, yeah, I've got that.
So, and question 7 is, if more than one ANSP is responsible for providing a service in an overlap area such as above the proposed development, how is this regulated or coordinated in practice? Now, you spoke to this in part yesterday, but perhaps you could give us your brief answer to that and say whether it is whether there are any practical issues that you see arising from more than one having a responsibility for air services.
Yeah, so I mean, I'll be as brief as I can. This is actually a significant part of this whole discussion, so I'll try and keep it as simple and quick as possible. It's common practice for multiple ANSPs to provide services within the same airspace. In this case, there are 4 ANSPs who are capable of providing services. In reality, it's most likely just to be NATS and Glasgow Prestwick Airport who regularly do. How is it managed? And this is the part that's not in the AIP, of course. This is how air traffic control is done on a daily basis, following the rules that apply to service provision outside controlled airspace, i.e. in this Class G airspace. So as came up before, coordination is key. One thing that is worth saying right now is that the difference between service provision inside controlled airspace and that outside controlled airspace is that outside controlled airspace is largely pilot-led. The request for the service will often come from the pilot because it's not mandatory to have a service in that airspace. Then pilots, for example, who are transiting the airspace may choose not to request the service, or they may choose to provide one of a number of services. So it's a very different type of air traffic control than that within controlled airspace. So for that reason, you will not see in the AIP a definitive list of rules and regulations and processes and procedures, because this is air traffic control provision outside controlled airspace, which is complex and flexible and wide-ranging. So I guess your question is, how is it actually done? Well, it's a very localized speciality. So every airport is different. Every piece of airspace is different. Again, that's why it's not in the AIP prescriptively. So for Glasgow Prestwick Airport, many of the sort of local procedures will be in their local manual, the MATS Part 2, Manual of Air Traffic Services Part 2. So that will include local guidance and procedures for how controllers will handle the traffic in that piece of airspace. So in terms of coordination, yes, coordination will happen between NATS and Glasgow Prestwick Airport. And it will be done on a basis whereby the ultimate aim is to provide the safest service possible, and that is to have as much knowledge about traffic within that airspace as possible. So you will find that there are presumably letters of agreement, for example, or local agreements between NATS and Glasgow Prestwick about how traffic is handled in that airspace. It's I guess the overall comment I would make is it's a very dynamic and ever-changing scenario, much less so than within controlled airspace, and therefore controller judgment, controller initiative is much more important rather than prescriptive rules that you would get in controlled airspace. I guess that's probably about as comprehensive as I can be in a short period of time.
Thank you very much. Now, just one further question on that. We looked yesterday at CD 1019. We didn't turn it up unless people wish to, where that's page 4 of 102 is where for the Scottish FIR, the Scottish ACC is the unit providing service. And if you were to go back in the pages of that to page 1, you would see for the London FIR, which is perhaps a misnomer, but I understand it covers most of England. It's the London ACC that is the unit providing service. In either of those cases, if you get a request, if another ANSP gets a request from a pilot to provide information services, whether it be in the London FIR or the Scottish FIR, does the ANSP have to receive approval from the unit providing service before it can provide the service to the aeroplane?
No, it doesn't. That's not necessarily the way it works. I think there are in the service of providing as safe a service as possible. Clearly, communication is important, and there are many local procedures and courtesies which would be normal. So you would not, as controller at an airport like Glasgow Prestwick, completely disregard the fact that NATS have an interest in that airspace and vice versa. So it's not black and white like that.
Thank you. And if we can then come on to question 8, are there existing limitations on GPH radar VHF coverage in the vicinity of proposed development? If so, what are the implications? Do those limitations have the ability for GPH to provide services above the proposed development? I'll leave the last part of that question for Mr. Thompson, if necessary. Again, you covered this in the large part yesterday afternoon. Do you consider there are relevant limitations in coverage in the vicinity of the proposed development? I assume this is directed at terrain issues.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the coverage maps, to me, it looks very much like you have pretty unobstructed coverage pretty much all the way down to ground level for both radar and VHF communication. So in actual fact, I would say that the limitations are just those normal limitations you would get with the terrain around the development. So in actual fact, it's pretty much direct line of sight over water. So it probably couldn't be much better given the position of it, which I guess probably means of the 4 ANSPs who could provide services there, actually Glasgow Prestwick are probably most able in terms of coverage.
One can understand why Glasgow Airport's coverage and its VOC there may be more affected by terrain shielding because of the location where Glasgow is, and similarly Campbelltown, which is that's got most entire peninsula between it and Earraghail. What about Nats? Where, just so the reporters are aware, where would they be looking at Earraghail from?
Well, I'm
places.
yeah, I mean, NATS has a number of radars. Obviously, it as a non-route provider, it has a large network of radars that I would expect the normal coverage from the NATS perspective is from Lowther, which is a relatively high hill, sort of in the southern part of Scotland, and probably not direct line of sight at low level with the development. Although I would have to check that, obviously.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kirkland. If those are all my questions, again, I'm grateful for being allowed to add to your examination in chief. Mr. MacLeod will now have some questions for you.
Yeah, thank you very much. So over to you, as we said, Mr. MacLeod.
Thank you. Morning, Mr. Kirkland. Maybe just picking up on one of the issues that you covered in your supplementary questions there. You talked about the MATS Part 2, and I'd like you to look at another paragraph of the note of the business meeting, that's CD 12.17, and that's paragraph 9 on page 5 of 8, or section 9.
For that.
You'll see there the second paragraph. I'm not sure if you were at the business meeting, but you'll see from the second paragraph, applicant reminded the airport they'd requested copies of 2 documents, the MATS Part 2 component of the airport's licence and any specific agreement between the airport and others about the provision of services in those areas. The applicant thought it might be useful to the reporters if they were lodged in this inquiry. The airport suggested that lodging extracts or responses to specific questions on it might be more appropriate given commercial sensitivity and the size of the document. Now, the airport has not lodged any part of the MATS Part 2 or any document that sets out the specifics of any agreement on provision of services in this area, has it?
I don't believe so. I thought maybe there was a couple of quotations perhaps in some areas, but I would have to go and check that. But I think you're right, and that's fairly normal, I think, for these types of inquiries because of the commercial sensitivities of that document.
Yeah. So I think from the answer that you gave, you described it as a fairly dynamic situation. That there were complex and wide-ranging issues and that they needed to be addressed on a daily basis. Does that then suggest that the coordination of the provision of services in this area is ad hoc?
I wouldn't call it ad hoc. I think it's because it's a less regulated environment, and I mean that in terms of you have no idea what traffic is going to show up on each and every day, and therefore it's a very different scenario to the more predictable environment within controlled airspace. I wouldn't say it's, well, is it ad hoc? Controllers are probably reacting to the situation because it's less predictable. I'm not sure if I would use the term ad hoc, but it's certainly, I think, dynamic probably is a better term that I would use.
Yeah, I mean, to be clear, I don't use the term ad hoc in any pejorative sense.
Yeah.
All I'm asking you really is whether the coordination of services is dealt with by controllers on a case-by-case basis, depending on the scenario that applies at that point in time.
Yeah, I think that's probably fair to say that. However, there is a background to this, of course, of the local area. You can't say that about every sort of airport around the country. It's very specific to Prestwick Airport in their controller training and their local procedures as to the particular sort of scenarios that may crop up. So, I don't know if that answers your question or not, but I think, yeah, I actually forgot what the question was then.
I think the question was along the lines of coordination of services is dealt with on a case-by-case basis between ANSPs in this area.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, you need to also understand, and I think, again, not being too critical, but the applicant's case has missed out quite a lot of this key part of the operational environment, whereby the service provision from NATS, for example, it's not as predictable as you might think, because service is provided by controllers, but it's also provided by flight information service officers who are licensed in a different way from controllers. So in actual fact, they're not able to provide the full range of services that Prestwick can. So again, it depends on the staffing, it depends on the time of day, on workload. So that's why it's so dynamic or ad hoc, is that you actually don't come into work knowing what service provision, for example, NATS may be capable of providing. So that's why it's so dynamic, and that's why it is indeed done on a case-by-case basis. Yeah.
Well, you say that there's that those elements of analysis are missing from the applicant's case. Where in any of the written documents that you've provided is there any hint of those issues?
In the documents that we've provided.
Yes. Yes.
Well, but this is normal air traffic control. This is not a document that a single document or a process you can point to. This is how air traffic control is done. And there are documents. If you look at the what is it again, CAP 774, I think it is, the air traffic service provision outside controlled airspace, that details how these services are provided. And that's the type of document that you should be looking at. And to be honest, Mr. Wiley and Mr. Van Hoogstraten have the same experience as me, so they should actually know all this. And that's why I don't really understand why in that question to the CA they're asking about how this stuff is done, because this is normal day-to-day air traffic control. It's complex, it's difficult, but this is the job.
Well, you're referring, I think, for the first time to a CAP that's not mentioned in any of your evidence. But can we agree at a high level that sets the general framework within which services are provided? First of all, that sets the general framework.
Sorry, what sets the general framework? The documents?
Yes, CAP 774.
And others, yeah.
Yeah. Well, you've not referred to any others either in your precognition, have you?
Well, I'm not really sure the point you're making. This is, there are thousands of documents which relate to the provision of air traffic services.
Indeed. And I would have expected that as an expert coming before the inquiry, if there were particular parts of those documents that you thought were relevant to the reporter's consideration, you would have set them out in either your precognition or an inquiry report. But you've not done that, have you?
With respect, Mr. McLeod, Mr. Kirkland gave this evidence in respect to the questions which your clients which to have asked to the CAA, which, as far as I recall, the timetable came after both precognitions and supplementary precognitions.
No, with respect, it did not, because there was an opportunity to submit further precognitions on Friday the 21st of June, and your clients did not submit any further precognitions or any other additional evidence, as they were entitled to on Friday the 14th of June. So if these are relevant matters, I do maintain that they should have been put in evidence before now.
You may make that assertion. We're simply responding to the questions, and it's the lack of reference to documents in our submission is not. There was no need to refer to well-known documents for the reasons that Mr. Kirkland's just given.
Well, I'll make one final point on this, and it will be a matter of submission, but we'll move on. I just want to refer back to the airport's statement of case.
That's CD 12.2, is it?
I'm very grateful. You
Hang on.
realise
12.1, my apologies.
12.1. Thank you. So, page 8 of the airport statement of case. Has an indication of what you will address at this inquiry.
Yep.
And it says you'll address the regulatory framework within which ANSPs operate, their responsibility for the safety of aircraft within the airspace within which they provide services, and so on. Now, if we look at the regulatory framework aspect, we can see that set out on page 3 of the statement of case.
Yeah.
And that tells us that there are numerous caps, point that you've accepted in cross-examination, there are numerous caps that are relevant, and the airport will lead evidence on the most pertinent provisions of those publications. You've not provided any indication of which parts of those caps are relevant to your case, have you?
But what you're actually saying there is you would expect me to provide references that explain how air traffic control is provided, and that's just not practical. There are so you're just quoting the whole document. You know that's not feasible. I'm happy to answer questions on them, but for me to list every paragraph or every section of those documents that relates to provision of air traffic control is just not practical.
Fine.
And in fact, every other public inquiry I've been at, I've never been asked that question because people have known. I assume a certain level of professional knowledge from all participants, and therefore there's got to be a base level of common agreement and understanding. You can't write down everything about air traffic control.
Well, are you aware, Mr. Kirkland, that the airport was asked to produce its statement of case first in this case because the applicant was unclear as to what the airport's position was?
I know. I'm sorry. I didn't know about the timing of that.
That's fine. I'll not pursue it with you then, but it will be a matter of submission in due course. But final point. You mentioned that you've not really been asked about this sort of issue in the context of other inquiries that you've appeared at before. Have you appeared at any other public inquiries where you haven't produced an inquiry report?
But I haven't produced an inquiry report.
Yes. I suppose I'm thinking particularly about the recent sequence of inquiries in relation to Glasgow Prestwick Airport.
I think I've produced inquiry reports for all of those.
But not this one.
Well, this one was slightly different, wasn't it, in terms of the scope? So I'm guessing that's why it's different. And just to clarify, Mr. McLeod, before I forget, that when you say I've not been, I think your question started there with I've not been asked to provide. Did you ask me? I've not been asked to provide documents or references in previous inquiries.
My question was a kind of loose summary of one of your earlier answers. I think you were making the point that you hadn't been asked about various aspects of the civil aviation publications, etc. at previous inquiries.
That's what I meant to say. I have been asked about it, but I've not been asked to provide the level of detail that you were hinting at earlier. I think that was my point.
Right. Okay. Let's move on slightly then. So you hinted at the possibility that there might be some sort of local agreement in relation to provision of services. You've not provided any evidence of that yet, but I'm going to ask you: is there any specific agreement with an ANSP in relation to the provision of services above Earraghail at the moment?
Do you mean between Glasgow Prestwick and Nats, for example?
As an example, yes.
I couldn't say with 100% certainty. I know there are letters of agreement between those two organisations in relation to service provision, specifically above Earraghail. I couldn't tell you. But the normal practice would be, of course, that the airport's MATS Part 2, the local procedures and training procedures, would cover operation in this airspace. So again, I'm making a slight assumption here because I'm not a Prestwick employee, or I don't have local knowledge in that level of detail. The norm is that everything is covered in the training and local procedure documentation.
Okay, so can we agree then that although you don't know the specifics about Earraghail, can we agree that it is possible, perhaps even commonplace, for agreements between ANSPs in uncontrolled airspace related to the delivery of services or provision of services?
Yeah, it is common. It is common. How much detail is in that? I couldn't speculate. It may, for example, cover more the provision of services to the larger traffic, for example, the stuff that's coming in off airways, etc., that are in those examples. And it may be that the other type of traffic, the pop-up traffic, the general aviation, the low-flying VFR, visual flight rule traffic, that is handled in accordance with the CAP documents and local training procedures, etc. So there may be some procedures, but they may not be as complete as perhaps you were expecting or hinting at.
No, I wasn't hinting at anything at this stage. I was simply trying to establish that that agreements between ANSPs in relation to provision of services, well, firstly, can be put in place. Nothing against that in principle.
No, it's very common.
Very common. That's helpful. Thank you. Now, in your recognition at paragraph 8,
What's the document ref again?
Sorry, I don't have that reference. If you give me 1 second.
It's 12:14.
12:14, yeah, thanks.
Thank you very much.
It's 12.
Yes. Sarah? You got it.
I've got it, sorry. Yes.
Yeah.
12,
Okay.
12:11.
Oh,
12:11.
Oh,
sorry, I've got 12:14. Hold on.
it's 12:14. Sorry, did you say the precognition, your precognition? I've got.
Yes,
maybe I'm-
mine.
It's,
Yeah.
Mr. Kirkland's recognition. So it is 12:14.
Okay, I've got mine numbered.
Good. Thought I'd written 2 there.
So paragraph 8, you refer. Yes. Sorry, beg your pardon. I couldn't find a specific reference, but about 3 lines down, you refer to the proposal without appropriate effective mitigation, presenting a considerable risk to the task of safely and efficiently controlling air traffic within any airspace in which the airport provides air traffic services.
Yeah.
Now,
yeah.
just to be clear, we're not talking about controlling aircraft. We're talking about provision of services.
Yeah, the word controlling is used as an air traffic control service provision, as opposed to an air traffic control service, which is a very different definition.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's an important. I'm not being critical of you here, but the distinction between proper control in the sense of what an airport must do within controlled airspace and the provision of services, which is what an airport may do in uncontrolled airspace. That is an important distinction, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the use of the words is a bit confusing. So I think we're probably agreeing here. Very different type of service provision between controlled airspace and uncontrolled. I would certainly agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah. And to try and simplify it, in uncontrolled airspace above Earraghail, the airport may be called upon to provide services.
Yes.
It does not have to provide those services.
True.
It would choose whether to provide those services on a case-by-case basis.
I don't fully agree with that. I think there are, and if I can explain why, I think there's, yes, they could choose not to provide the service. That would be quite exceptional to do that, though, because the request for the service will often originate from a pilot, and the ANSP is required to endeavour to provide the best level of service possible asked for by the pilot. So there's an imperative there, which is not an absolute requirement. I agree, but for a ANSP to refuse to provide a service without good reason would be highly unusual. With good reason would be very rare.
The decision on whether to provide a service or not would, or certainly could, and maybe should, be taken in coordination with other ANSPs providing services in that area. I appreciate that was a three-pronged attack.
No, it could, yes, you're right, it could be, yes, absolutely. And that comes back to the coordination. It depends on the circumstances. And I could give you examples of where that would be. There'd be a very, very high expectation, for example, that Glasgow Prestwick would coordinate with NATS in certain circumstances, and actually probably not in others. But yeah, that again is controller judgment and initiative in the dynamic situation they're faced with.
Now, in your precognition, paragraphs 7 through to 22, we're not addressing VHF issues in this session, but 7 through to 22 essentially deal with what you describe as operational or specific operational impacts.
Yeah.
Those paragraphs are virtually identical to the paragraphs that you put forward in your precognition for the recent Carrick inquiry, aren't they?
I believe so. Fairly similar, yeah.
And you haven't prepared and presented any specific evidence on the likely impact of Earraghail on the provision of services, have you? These are what might be described as generic comments on what impacts may arise.
They are generic comments in the sense that they apply to wind farms generically, often. And in my opinion, they could apply to Earraghail, if that helps. The wording will be the same for most wind farms where the impact is the same.
But no specific evidence presented in relation to likely impact of Earraghail.
Depends what you mean by specific evidence. These are well-known and appropriately worded impacts that Earraghail could have. And as at many inquiries, the operational impacts are directly related to those technical impacts.
Would the issues identified in your specific operational impacts, would those issues be addressed if another ANSP operating or providing services in the area had firstly appropriate radar coverage, and secondly an agreement with the airport that they would provide services instead of the airport?
Not entirely, no. Partially, that's probably true. But in this case, I would say there are a number of differences that would lead to me saying no, not completely. By way, and I think sorry, go on.
No, you finish your answer.
Well, I was just going to say that yesterday, I think there was a discussion with Mr. Wiley about if the radar wasn't optimized, what would the outcome be? And I think I probably talked about that yesterday in my evidence. So there are some residual impacts that if the radar is not optimized, that would impact upon Glasgow Prestwick. There are other issues which I think I raised yesterday about what you'd call the appropriate radar coverage from NATS. You've got to remember that the NATS radar updates slower than the Prestwick one, and therefore there are less opportunities to identify unknown traffic. So you could argue that that's a lower level of mitigation. And there are other negative impacts upon Glasgow Prestwick in terms of if you're talking about later handovers. So I would say no, they're not. And of course, the other track seduction and other related technical issues potentially would still be there. So it's a form of mitigation that you could propose, and I know you are proposing. That's fine, but it doesn't go the full way to providing mitigation as far as I'm concerned.
But you haven't done any specific safety assessment of what those residual risks might be, and whether those risks might be tolerable, to use a phrase we've been familiar with in other inquiries.
Yeah, no, that's true. That's true, and that's one of some of those you can't, of course, do until the wind farm is in place. Sadly, you just have to use your experience and previous knowledge of other developments to form a view. So that's kind of unavoidable. If
we could turn in a similar vein to the CAA's submission of 11th March, this is CD 10.53. Excuse me.
53.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. I think that might be, yeah. Yeah, that's not on the. It's not on the document list, is it? It's a separate one. There's a later one, wasn't it?
I think it was lodged late. I don't know if.
Hold on, might have it here.
Maybe Mr. Finlay could arrange for a copy to be given to you.
Got the link, but it doesn't seem to be working. Oh no, got it.
Yeah, great.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
It's the final page of that I wanted to look at, which is dated 11th March.
Yeah.
In the second paragraph, a wind farm that is not subject to radar mitigation may impact the routing of aircraft due to separation distance requirements, etc. So the CAA is not saying for definite that there will be an impact, is it?
Well, they're talking in general terms.
Yeah.
So, but I believe, well, in the conclusion, I think they've been fairly clear.
Well, let's just work through that paragraph, and then we might come to the conclusion. Radar clutter caused by the turbines may result in difficulties maintaining identity and location of aircraft concern. So again, not definitive there. It's a possibility.
Yeah, I think the CAA will never come out and say that definitely will, because some days it will, some days it won't, and of course once they're built you will have a better idea. You have to use experience and the technology you've got to make predictions. So that's why they're using the word may. Yeah,
and they use it another 2 times. Firstly, in the conclusion to that sentence, yeah, where radar clutter might cause difficulties which may result in certain air traffic services, e.g. deconfliction, being terminated or not being offered. So they're not saying that would definitely occur. Again, it's something that would require to be assessed.
Yeah, I agree. And I think this, what I would say is the assessments that we've been doing for the last 20 years do match very accurately with what happens once wind turbines are built, which is why it's not normally an issue. It's normally taken for granted that the predictive technologies are very accurate.
And then last sentence, I should say, in that paragraph, quite an important one. This may give rise to an unacceptable risk to an individual airline or aircraft operator, and then they set out potential consequence of that. But the fact that they're saying it may give rise to an unacceptable risk, they're not saying that these effects would give rise to an unacceptable risk. They're saying it's a possibility.
Mm-hmm.
And that would have to be assessed in due course through the usual processes, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would. Of course it would. But I would suggest that any organisation which doesn't provide services at a specific airport is never ever going to be able to say with certainty what the impact is going to be, which is why they have the next sentence, which is the ATS provider is best qualified.
Yeah. Is best qualified to determine the extent of the impact of radar clutter on its ATS provision, taking account of complexity of airspace, air traffic types, and volumes. That requires a very detailed analysis, doesn't it?
So not necessarily. I mean, when an airport does an assessment of the impact of a wind farm, the first thing they want to know is it going to produce clutter? And there's a technical process, line of sight analysis to do that. And the answer is, in this case, yes. And when you assess from an operational perspective, how is that going to affect me as a controller? The answer is pretty simple and fairly straightforward. You don't need any more assessment. Now, yes, you do in terms of if you want to provide evidence for something like VHF interference or whatever it happens to be. But ultimately, it's actually very simple. The assessment is, how am I as a controller going to be affected by this clutter in this part of my radar screen? Because I know the operation intimately and I know how it's going to affect me. So actually, it's fairly straightforward. I would argue that the evidence, and that's again why the air traffic service provider is best qualified.
Is it your position that clutter on a radar screen always gives rise to unacceptable risk?
No, absolutely not. It doesn't always give rise to unacceptable risk.
To determine the level of acceptability, there's a specific process to be gone through, isn't there? Well, a well-documented and well set out process.
Do you mean the safeguarding process at the airport?
I do.
Okay. Yeah. But the key part of that actually is not really a process. It's a view from the experts, the air traffic controllers at the airport. Is ultimately, I would suggest, the most important part of that process.
Can you look please at CAP at 670? Well,
You got the reference?
So I think CAP. Oh, hang on a second.
I think that's CD 1023.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. Thank you very much.
Oh. I've just got a thing saying it's unable to publish the document, which I guess is an external link thing, isn't
I
it?
think there should be two links for that one. One's restricted, and one's not.
I'll just get it from, I'll download it very quickly from the CAA website. Right, I've got it open.
Excuse me. Has everybody managed to get that? Yeah, and so it's a very long document, Mr. Kirkland, as you'll know. So it runs to 598 pages, and I wanted to look specifically at what's called SUR 13, and I think you'll find that on PDF page 482.
Okay, SUR 13, I have that, yeah.
Yeah. And we don't need to look at all of this, but the heading is requirements for implementation of wind turbine interference mitigation techniques. And
yep.
The bit that I wanted to look at with you first is on page 484. Foot of page 484.
Yeah.
And you'll see the heading operational mitigations.
Yeah.
First subheading, tolerating clutter.
Yeah.
So from that, we can presumably take it that not all clutter is intolerable.
That's true.
Some might be acceptable, but as 13.20 tells us, a local safety assessment is required in order to determine whether the clutter is acceptable or not.
Yeah.
The airport's not produced any evidence of that yet, have they?
For what? For what clutter?
For the clutter that would be generated by Earraghail.
I'm not quite sure. You're asking, they have not produced a safety assessment. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
I think this relates to clutter that's already there rather than predicted clutter.
Where wind turbine effects are tolerated, a local safety assessment shall justify the ability to provide the service in a safe manner without the need to apply special procedures or mitigation techniques. It's a general statement in relation to the effect of wind turbines, isn't it?
Yes, but I think from my perspective, that's suggesting where a decision has been made to tolerate visible impact. So to me, that is okay, I'm reading into it, but I think that's where clutter is present. You need to do some assessment that says it's present and we tolerate it. And this is why we've done the safety assessment to show why we can tolerate it. That's my understanding of it, rather than predicting where the clutter is going to be and then doing a safety assessment. You see the distinction? I think so. That's my reading of it.
So is your view that SUR 13, and again it might be worthwhile going back to page 482,
yeah.
that this section relates to existing wind farms and not new wind farms?
No. I think just that specific paragraph. From my experience, that relates to. I may be wrong. I mean, that to me is if you're an air traffic service provider, as part of your unit safety case or safety management system, if you have clutter on your screen and you're tolerating it, the CAA will rightly say to you, "That's fine. Where's the justification for tolerating it? Where's your safety assessment?" So to me, it's a kind of part of the safety management system. It's not part of the predictive assessment process where you're trying to predict the impact of a proposed development. It could be used in that way. I'm not disputing that. I'm just saying that in my experience, that is what that paragraph is relating to. It's tolerating existing clutter, I believe.
Well, we may not be at odds really on that. So you think that section might relate to existing clutter, but I think I have you as saying that you accept that it could apply in a forward-looking sense in the way that an airport could tolerate clutter.
Yeah, I think if you were trying to make a case for tolerating clutter, you would have to do a safety assessment. So it's kind of the same thing. You're just doing it in advance rather than waiting until you see it.
Indeed, yeah. And then just going on slightly further in the document to page 485.
Yeah.
Again, this is under the heading at the foot of page 484, operational mitigations. We've looked at tolerating clutter and discussed that. There's then a section that talks about, well, in fact, let's just look at 1322. So when you're considering clutter, 1322 tells you that the following shall be taken into account in the assessment: that the nature and the extent of the effects and the operational significance of the area affected, amongst other things. So those are important factors because clutter may be tolerable in one area, it may not be tolerable in another.
And that's true.
Yeah.
You need to also make the distinction here, just for clarity. You're talking about clutter that is permanent in the sense that it's in a known area and regularly appears. You're not talking about sort of transient clutter you get from weather or terrain effects or tropospheric. You know, it's not this is predictable, known clutter as opposed to any. Yeah. Okay.
Indeed. And then slightly further down, we've got a heading, controlled airspace. We don't need to concern ourselves with that one because we're not interested in controlled airspace today. Next heading, uncontrolled airspace. And it's 1326 in particular that I was interested in. So any limitations applied to service provision, surveillance service, shall be clearly stated in the appropriate procedures mentioned in MATS part 2. So that is a specific acknowledgement by the CAA that service provision can change in uncontrolled airspace because of the presence of clutter.
And change permanently, yes.
Yes.
As opposed to a sort of day-to-day change of service. You mean almost like a published limitation to service, yeah.
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 And the CAA sees nothing inherently wrong with that by the looks of this part of the cap.
There's nothing wrong with it, although clearly everyone would like to reduce the number of limitations as much as possible because limitations are by their very nature a limit to the provision of safe services. But that may be tolerable and would be explained in the safety management system locally.
Well, although you say a limitation may be a limitation in the provision of safe services, ultimately, if the issue is about provision of safe services, it may be safer to have one ANSP provide the service in preference to another. You accept that as a matter of principle?
Matter of principle, yes.
Okay. I wanted to just ask one question about the PowerPoint presentation, and we'll try and keep it fairly general. I don't necessarily need to get into the shows that were run yesterday. Would you accept that the PowerPoint presentation is an illustration of Glasgow Prestwick Airport operating in coordination with another ANSP to provide safe services despite the presence of clutter?
I think it is, yeah.
Thank you. With me 1 second.
Oh,
Thank you. Those are all the questions I have.
yep.
Okay, I've got one at least question, so I'll just go on to that now because it relates to the PowerPoint that's just been discussed. And it's really just a repetition of the question I put, I think it was to Mr. Wiley yesterday, which was if we think back to when we were shown the video run-throughs and given Mr. Wiley's commentary on what we were seeing in terms of the services being provided in the 6 examples that are covered, I'd asked whether the presence of the wind turbines at Earraghail would make any difference to the airport being able to provide services such as we've got examples of there. Would they just be able to provide the same services as they were at that time?
Well, no, not if there was clutter permanently on the screen. No, absolutely not. For a couple of reasons. I think that's the basis of the case is that clutter can mask the presence of real aircraft in airspace within which aircraft do not have to make themselves known, and therefore that's the primary risk.
So in your view, those examples would stand as evidence of what the operational impact of the wind turbine proposal would be?
It would, although you have to take into account that that's the currently used radar, which processes data in a different way, and therefore, remember we talked yesterday about the fact the screen was quite sort of dirty in the sense that there was a lot of transient small pieces of clutter which would not be present when the new radar, when the process radar or any process radar was used. That's irrelevant of whether it's optimized or not. It's just a feature of that type of radar. So there would be a much cleaner picture. But if you didn't use Therma to mitigate the wind turbines, you would get the clutter from the wind turbines. You just wouldn't get some of the other transient clutter that we saw yesterday.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, we don't have any further questions, so I will hand back for re-examination if you're ready to do that now, Mr. Findlay.
Indeed, I am. Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Kirkland, if you go back to the beginning of your cross-examination, I think you agreed with Mr. McLeod that coordination is based on certainly around Glasgow Prestwick Airport, is based on a case-by-case basis. Is that any different from any other overlapping DOC in any other part of the UK of which you're aware? Is there anything different in principle that's carried out in this?
No, I mean, it's from my experience that the DOC is simply a range really of which facilities work, and therefore they're going to overlap all around the country, and service provision overlaps. You cannot have this kind of hard division of service. There's a natural overlap of service provision amongst adjacent air traffic units, so it's very common.
Next, you were taken to or the comment was made by reference to your recognition that certain parts of it were similar to the evidence you've given at Bockery, I think it was. And Carrick, you're right. Yeah. I don't think you were being criticised for consistency, but is there any reason why Earraghail should have any different impact than Carrick?
No, they're both in Class G airspace, and they're both within airspace within which the airport provides services. So I don't really see any difference.
So I think you were being criticised for lack of specific evidence in respect of Earraghail, but is there any difference between Earraghail and Carrick in that regard?
I don't believe so, no.
You? You were taken to CD 1053, which is the CAA's response. And Mr. McLeod on the last, so that's CD 1053, page 6, in the second last paragraph, Mr. McLeod drew attention to the use of the word may on I think 3 occasions, or maybe 4 occasions. And we can see that one of your answers was that some days there may be clutter and some days there may not. Perhaps you is it your case that the radar will make a difference for every flight on every day? Or what's not your case, but what's your evidence in that regard? Because your answer to him was, well, some days it will, some days it won't. Just wanted to explore that.
Happy, right. So, yeah, I mean, so if a wind turbine is in direct line of sight to the radar and all the analysis technology predicts that will produce a return on the radar, then it will produce a return on the radar 24 hours a day constantly if it's turning. And I'm assuming that developers do a lot of research into putting turbines in places where the wind blows most of the time. Otherwise, they maybe won't stay in business for long. But yeah, I mean, you occasionally do see turbines that are static. And actually, because of the way that the radar processes signals, if it's static, it filters it out, which is why it filters out terrain and buildings and all the rest of it. So in actual fact, it has to be moving to show up. So I don't know what the stats are, but you probably find that a turbine is turning 90% of the time. So that's what I meant by sometimes you see it, sometimes you won't. On a calm day, they won't show up.
In that regard, I think Mr. Wiley yesterday, just to put this in context, seemed to place some importance on the fact that there may be some days when the wind turbines aren't turning. But from an air safety perspective, the fact that for 10% of the days the wind turbines might not be turning, how relevant, if at all, is that?
It's pretty irrelevant. Pretty irrelevant. I mean, controllers take into account obviously what they see, but you know, it's pretty rare. You have to base it on the fact that they're turning most of the time and there's clutter present all the time, or could suddenly appear. You know, it's there's so many dynamic variables in terms of how the turbines turn to face the wind and all the rest of it. You have to base everything on the fact that clutter is either present or will be present shortly.
And you were then asked about toleration of clutter. Now, my understanding of the mitigation proposed by the applicant is delayed handover. Are you aware of any other case they put forward as to clutter being tolerable absent such late handover or the like?
You mean, am I aware of any argument put forward before that uses a late handover as a mitigation?
No, they have put late handover forward as a mitigation.
Yeah.
Is there any other case of which you're aware of that for any other reason the clutter can be tolerated?
I mean, let me see if I pick you up correctly. Maybe I'm being a bit thick here. So clutter can be tolerated in certain circumstances. Are you asking if
well, is this one of those circumstances in your view that you can tolerate Earraghail being?
No, sorry, no, absolutely not. It comes down to the operational significance again. There are no doubt wind farms around the country that can be tolerated by approach radar units because of their position is not operationally significant, but this is not one of those.
And then you were asked only one question about CD 1041. I may paraphrase it slightly incorrectly, but you agreed with Mr. McLeod's example of ANSP coordination despite the presence of clutter. I think that was the force of the agreement. The clutter on the screens, I mean, you just dealt with this yesterday afternoon. Just for the reporter's benefit, and I think you may have covered this in answer to the question to the reporter you've just given, how much of that clutter is likely to disappear?
You mean when the new radars?
Yes.
Well, compared to what we saw in the video
Yes.
clips. Yeah. The vast majority of it, apart from any wind farms which are not mitigated by an optimized thermal.
And in terms, again, you covered this yesterday, but is the presence of type of clutter that you saw on those screens going to be a matter that automatically means that a air traffic controller will have to reroute a plane round them, or is that a matter of judgment?
So it's very much a matter of judgment. With that type of radar, so in the scenarios we saw yesterday, you did see the aircraft, inbound aircraft, coming within a couple of miles of some clutter, absolutely, and you could argue that it shouldn't do that, but you've got to remember, with that type of radar, it's a raw sort of unprocessed radar, and therefore the controller is looking at that 8 hours a day, and they identify what is transient clutter quite easily. Clouds, flocks of birds, tropospheric effects. In fact, we even saw one effect on one of the clips yesterday. It was like we'll call it spoking, where suddenly you get this massive sort of return up a sort of beam. There's glitches like that happen all the time in that type of unprocessed radar. And the controller is very used to identifying what those are. So judgment does come into it, because you have to balance the fact that you cannot turn a fully laden 747-400 left and right all around the sky to avoid a small piece of clutter that pops up. It's just not feasible or safe. So that's why you saw some of the aircraft yesterday coming close to some of that transient clutter, because the controller is used to identifying what that is. And in actual fact, the controller is working quite hard, even though you might think that he or she is just sitting watching the aircraft. They're actually working quite hard in analysing what's around the predicted flight path of that aircraft, looking for something that could be an aircraft in uncontrolled airspace. So yeah, I think just experience is what drives that sort of technique.
And just for the avoidance of doubt, would you describe as the clutter that Earraghail would produce as transient clutter in the context that you?
No, it's permanent clutter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kirkland. Those are all the questions I have.
Thank you.
It may be appropriate to have a 10 or 15-minute break now whilst Mr. Thompson sets up in the separate room and Mr. Kirkland leaves it. And we seem to be making reasonable progress. So if that's an appropriate time for a short break, then can I suggest that?
Yes, that's fine. Should we come back at 5 to 11? Hello, welcome back. And I can see an next witness on screen there. So I will just hand over to you, Mr. Finlay, to introduce your next witness.
Thank you very much. So my next witness is Stephen Thompson. He's Head of Assurance at Glasgow Prestwick Airport. I'm sure you're well known to Mr. McLeod, but to others, perhaps you'd just give a little bit more by way of your background expertise, Mr. Thompson.
Good morning, everyone. As Mr. McLeod, as Mr. Finlay said, I'm Stephen Thompson, Head of Assurance at Glasgow Prestwick Airport. I am qualified as an electrical and electronic engineer. I have been at the airport for 30 years, just coming up on 30 years. I've had numerous roles within the airport, engineering, airfield operations, air traffic engineering, and currently I am Head of Assurance at the airport.
Grateful, thank you. Now, I'm going to take your recognition as read. Having said that, I'm not sure I made that with respect to Mr. Kirkland, but I didn't. That was clearly the intention. I have a number of additional questions for you. The first one relates to some evidence Mr. Wiley was giving yesterday, and I think maybe more appropriate to deal with it now rather than simply by way of submission. It was respect of Clockery and the extent of air traffic over Clockery. And so if we look at, if I can take you to CD 8.2, that's 008.002, which is the Clockery report. And if I can take you to page 7, electronic page 77.
Can I just get that number again?
Of course, 8.2, I think it is. I want you to turn to chapter 6, which is on electronic page 77, which is the relevant chapter.
If you could just...
There was some comment yesterday about Mr. Wiley saying aircraft were routed very close to Clockery. I'll wait till you've got there, Mr. Thompson.
It's page, Mr. Finlay, page.
Electronic page 77. And indeed, page 77 of the document.
Yeah, I'm with you.
So what we have there is we see Mr. Wiley gave evidence under the applicant's case, and in 6.2, the applicant's case is set out in the second bullet point, just a convenient orientation. The application site is located within Class G, uncontrolled airspace. Prestwick can provide services, but are under an obligation to do so, etc. If we go to the next page, so that's page 78, in the fourth bullet point, we see the applicant's case was that there was no evidence of aircraft overflying the application site in the past, or that this airspace will be used more extensively in the future. So clearly their case there was that no overflying and it won't be used. It is therefore and will remain very rare, to say the least, for an aircraft to be in uncontrolled airspace in the vicinity of the proposal. And then the following bullet point, the second aircraft would also need to be close proximity. However, Prestwick's air change proposal showed routes for, and I think this is what Mr. Wiley was specifically referring to yesterday, for incoming aircraft flying even further away from the application site than they currently do. None of the approved routes shown in figure 8 of the ACP involves aircraft flying close to the proposal. So, and then if we go to the reporter's conclusions in this regard, they're at electronic page 83, page 169. And if we look at 6.9,
paragraph 6.9 on that page, the actual number of flights taking place above Clockery site appears to be very low. Of course, in the course of the radar mitigation session inquiry, no evidence presented of any such flights taking place. The normal track and arrival and departures to and from the airport currently follow flight paths well separated from the application site, and this would continue to be in the case in the future under the airport's air change proposal. And then there's a reference to, at the aviation lighting session, there was some evidence of light aircraft flying over the area. And we then go on to 610, which I think was quoted in at least part of it in the inquiry report, which is CD 10.3, which we've already looked at. Finally, just so the reporters have the overall summary of the reporter's conclusions, is at paragraph 633 on page 87. So with that background, you gave evidence at that inquiry too. Is the reporter's summary of the position in terms of the extent of traffic over Clockery accurate as far as you're aware, Mr. Thompson?
It certainly is low usage of that airspace, Mr. Finlay, by Prestwick in respect of the Clockery wind farm. It tends to be smaller aircraft, search and rescue type movements in that area. So in respect of Clockery, I don't think we showed specific evidence of aircraft overflying. We showed aircraft flying, close to Clockery sort of thing. Whereas in this inquiry, we've shown evidence as part of that PowerPoint presentation that we presented to the reporters of regularly using the airspace over Earraghail.
They need to ask you further about that. I can make submissions on Mr. Wiley's evidence in due course. Moving on to a separate topic, could you update the reporters as to the timeline for introduction of terminal, please?
Yes. So when I pulled together my recognition, we had already commenced the deployment of the upgrade to the Terma, which will go from 3 kilowatts to 6 kilowatts transmitter power. All the configuration works have been done on the Terma, and the flight trials of the Terma with a 6 kilowatt transmitter have been completed. The analysis of the findings of the flight trial are reasonably well advanced. We're taking extracts from them, and we will take the extracts of them and include that in our safety case documents that we'll present to the CAA very soon, actually, Mr. Finlay. So we are extremely confident that the Terma, as part of the overall wind farm radar mitigation system, will be deployed this year, and operational this year with air traffic.
Now, I think as we heard yesterday, you need to take that safety case to the CAA because for new equipment, you effectively need their approval.
Yes, much as though the CAA will not approve the safety case, they will accept the safety case. But in terms of putting new equipment into service, there is a process called the ANO approval, and we will get an ANO certificate for the new wind farm radar mitigation system components, which includes the Terma radar, the new radar display system, and the new radar recorders.
Now, there was a certain amount of discussion yesterday about acceptance and approval, and we've just used those words now. the ultimate responsibility for safety and safety procedures, where does that lie in terms of the interaction between Glasgow Prestwick and the CAA?
That ultimately lies with the airport under its ANSP license, which has been granted by CAA.
And so, if you like, legal liability lies with the airport.
That's correct.
And in using the words approval rather than acceptance, is it your understanding? Well, does the CAA intend to take legal liability for air safety cases when it is accepting in your?
That remains with the ANSP.
If, however, the CAA took exception to some aspect of any safety case, whether it be with equipment or otherwise, to what extent do you have to satisfy them that and this is very generic terms, that the safety case is justifiable?
That is through the engagement process you have with your CA inspectors when you're presenting your safety case arguments for either putting new equipment into service or new operational procedures. So it's very much an iterative process with the local inspectors that are allocated by the CAA to oversee the ANSP for that particular aerodrome, which obviously is for us sort of thing. So it's a dynamic process. It's the number of iterations depends on how comfortable the air traffic and ATE inspectors are with the safety arguments provided by the ANSP.
Now, I want to now turn to the AIP and the extract, which we spent some time on yesterday, which is CD 1021 and electronic page 9, which has the two tables AD 217 and 280, about which there's been much discussion and not a little dispute.
Yeah, I'll have them, Mr. Finlay.
Now, I think it's a matter of agreement, certainly with Mr. Hoogstraten anyway, that the information to populate at least these tables comes from the airport. Can you confirm that from your perspective?
That is correct.
And in 217, again, don't think this is there's any disagreement, but does in column 1, the limits set out, do they effectively demarcate Prestwick's notified airspace where it acts as controller?
Yes, that's correct. That's the shape of the controlled airspace in and around Prestwick Airport.
And in Prestwick's case, it's ATZ. Perhaps you'd remind us all what ATZ means.
Air traffic zone. So that sits wholly within the Prestwick controlled airspace. And I think it's a 2.5 nautical mile radius around the ARP point of the airport.
And so that would appear to be telling a reader where the ATZ is and where your CTR is, and then giving some indication of airspace class, call signs, language used, and relevant altitudes. And I think just the altitude, when you get above 6,000 feet, you go into NATS airspace. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And it would be a different airspace class. So actually, I don't think there's any real dispute about what Table 217 is telling anyone. Table 218, there is some dispute. Now, if we concentrate for a moment on the radar element of the first column, the full sign is Prestwick radar, and then there are 3 entries. Mr. Van Hoogstraten suggests that this is simply, and in the 3rd entry, there's a frequency and a DOC of 40 nautical miles. Now, I think the applicant's case is that is simply telling you about radio frequency. Is that correct in your view?
No, I don't agree with that.
What was your intention in putting a DOC of 40 nautical miles for Prestwick radar? What was your intention to tell the reader when Prestwick provided that information to go into the document?
That tells the reader, which invariably mostly is pilots, of the extent of the radar service that they can receive from Prestwick Airport on, if you look at column 6, on a 24-hour basis.
And yesterday I asked Mr. Wiley and Mr. Van Hoogstraten if there was any other document which contained the information as to where the radar services could be provided, and they couldn't identify one. Is there any other document of which you're aware that is similarly published like this?
No. Most, if not all, airports in the UK will populate this table in a similar manner, depending on the type of radar service they provide. So Table 18 is used to communicate to pilots, etc., on the types of air traffic services that are available at in and around the aerodrome.
And is it so the DOC do other airports, and that will be obvious from a consideration of AIP, use Table 218 in the same way that you understand Prestwick does it?
Yes.
Okay. Now I want to ask you about the choice of DOC being 40 nautical miles, or who stipulates that. I think Mr. Wiley accepted yesterday that had been Prestwick's radar range for DOC for its radar for some time.
That's correct.
Perhaps you could articulate to the reporters why Prestwick, no doubt in conjunction with the CAA, considers 40 nautical miles is appropriate.
It's the area around the aerodrome where we have the ability to provide good primary radar provision to our customer base. Our existing radar actually, in many ways, has a longer range than what we promulgate here in terms of the existing S511 radar has got an instrumented range to 64 nautical miles. But in terms of providing an air traffic service, and this was decided many years ago before probably Mr. Wiley or myself were involved, it was decided that 40 nautical miles was the appropriate range to which Prestwick could provide a good primary radar service.
And first of all, as a matter of principle, if Prestwick wanted to reduce, so that I'm going to take as read that when you're within, for the purposes of all my questions, that Prestwick's DOC may overlap with other DOCs, and the first protocol for anyone within the Scottish FIR is NATS. That's set out earlier in the same document. Just taking that as read for these purposes. If Prestwick wished to reduce its DOC, first of all, would it need acceptance by the CAA in order to do that?
Yes, absolutely. You would need to go through a similar safety case process to present your arguments why you would be wishing to reduce your radar surveillance coverage.
And I want to ask you now about the position with Terma, which I think you cover in paragraph 17 of your precognition. We needn't go there, but I think Mr. Wiley was asked about it yesterday. No doubt Mr. McLeod may ask you about it today. But when you spoke earlier of an upgrade to Terma, I think an upgrade in power, just to provide context, the original non-upgraded Terma, as I understand it, I'm going to lead you on this unless Mr. McLeod objects, was indicated to have a range of around about 32 nautical miles.
That's correct. Yes, that's correct. The 3 kilowatts post commissioning flight trials gave solid performance for us detection of a small aircraft to about 32 nautical miles, subject to different altitudes. Yes.
And when the CAA were made aware of that, did you understand their reaction to be?
Well, our current manager, air traffic engineering, had these discussions with the CAA inspectors, both the engineering and the air traffic inspectors, probably about this time last year, Mr. Findlay. The summary of that discussion was the inspectors expressed concern on the range performance of the existing Terma radar, and would Prestwick be considering reducing its coverage volume, we would need to go through a pretty robust process to argue to reduce our current services from our existing surveillance provision. So in many ways, the feedback from the CAA was your current primary surveillance coverage is to 40 nautical miles. It's an aging system, and we're pleased to see that you're replacing it. But they had concerns that we would be replacing it with not a like-for-like DOC coverage. Now, for me, that's an implied requirement of you really need to ensure that your new system meets 40 nautical miles requirement. And we wish to provide 40 nautical miles radar provision. So we have taken the decision to upgrade the radar to a 6 kilowatt, which the early indications, ma'am, of the flight trial reports suggest that we will achieve that 40 nautical miles.
And with the upgrade of Terma, that will achieve 40 nautical miles. Is that your understanding?
That's our hope, Mr. Findlay. No, as I said, I need to premise that a little bit by the fact that we've only just received the commissioning flight trial results. We're examining the content in detail and extracting the relevant parts for our safety case submission to the CAA inspectors.
I'm grateful. Now, if Earraghail's in place and the mitigation proposed by the and Terma's not optimised with the impacts that I think are accepted, they're certainly not in dispute. And you were not able to provide services in the vicinity of Earraghail as a result. on a permanent basis, would you have to alter your DOC in that regard to alert pilots to that position?
Yes, we would need to put an entry. If the terminal was not optimised in the vicinity of Earraghail, this is assuming Earraghail gets consented and would generate the clutter, which is not in dispute, as we all know, then we could not use that airspace in the vicinity of Earraghail. It would not have been, the clutter would not have been dealt with. So it would be an unsafe area of airspace for our controllers to utilise. So we would have to put some entry, whether it's an entry in their AIP, an entry, initially via an OTAM, etc. I think the CA would take a dim view on that, Mr. Findlay.
Why do you say that?
In particular, from the fact that we have deployed a surveillance system that has the capability of dealing with clutter. And for us not to deploy that, they would, I am sure, be very uncomfortable. And I think that was articulated in some of the responses we already had from the CEA for this inquiry.
Good. And in your view, if irrespective of who is going to pay for it, is it likely that Terma would be unoptimized, left in an unoptimized state for Earraghail?
No. As a responsible NSP, we would not accept effectively a no-go area in our DOC, and the terminal would be optimised to deal with the clutter from Earraghail, should Earraghail be consented. The key dispute between the two parties at the moment is really who covers the costs of that optimisation. All we're asking in our case is that, following the same determinations of Clockery and Sanker 2, that the agent of change covers the one-off initial costs to implement the optimisation of the terminal, which has the ability to remove the clutter.
Now, subsequent to those two decisions, and indeed subsequent to the statement of case, in this case, the airport has accepted in its February letter, which just for your reference is CD 1039, we don't need to turn to it, that it will accept any risk in presenting a safety case to the CAA arising from the presence of a, if you like, Terma optimized Earraghail that might arise as a result of impact on PD, which is a subject we're happily not having to go into today, or VHF communications. So that the sole issue for the airport at this inquiry, unlike previous inquiries and indeed unlike the most recent conjoined inquiry that's been referred to, is whether or not Terma should be optimized. Well, who should pay for the optimization of Terma? Is that so? The issue, the only live issue, is optimization of Terma and who should pay for it. Is that correct, Mr. Thompson?
That's correct, Mr. Finlay.
Now, the last matter I want to do is just go through the questions that were attached to the note of the business meeting that we've looked at. So that's CD 1217. And page.
Oh, I don't seem to have it on my electronic core
Is that-
document list.
It was a later supplied document.
Rather than starting with CD reference, it starts with the reference to the wind farm. So it's at the very end of the documents, WIN-130-8, and then the CD reference. That may be why it's not in order.
Sorry, Ma'am, I don't
I'm not-
actually have it. I could possibly get a hard copy.
Some assistance is about to come into your room.
Thank you. Yes, I have it now, Mr. Finlay.
Now, first two questions relate to effectively the CAA's use of the word notification, but it's agreed with the witnesses yesterday that we all understand, given the subsequent response by the CAA, how they've used the word notified in their documentation.
Are these the questions on page 6 or page 8?
My apologies. It's probably it's page 6 of 8. Not looking for answers to our own questions, which primarily related to the evidence given by Mr. McLeod's witnesses. I think to a certain extent you've answered those questions anyway. I'm looking at the questions posed by the applicant. The third question, we can see what it says. I just want to ask you two questions about that. Yeah. We can turn to the table if necessary, but I believe we all know what it says. That because the NATS is identified as the provider of services for Class G airspace throughout the Scottish FIR. Two questions following that. Does that indicate to you, or do you understand that to be taken to indicate that NATS is the only possible provider of services in elements of the Scottish FIR?
No, Mr. Finlay, I take that as NATS is defined as, under ICAO rules, as the parent organisation who has parent responsibilities for the FIR.
So in terms of the dispute between the parties here, is there any reason why other parties should not provide services within their relevant part of the Scottish FIR and be responsible for their provision?
No.
Okay. The fourth question deals with what's the distinction between section 217 and 218. Now, you've given us your views on 217 and 218. Are you in any doubt as to the distinction as to what those tables do?
No.
Okay. The fifth question relates to the section of the, and it may be worth just going to this because this is a very specific question. Back to 1021, electronic page 9 of 52. Under radar, there is an emergency frequency for which no DOC is given. Is that, do you consider that to be inconsistent with your previous answers about DOC, and if not, why not?
No, that's a sort of network of beacons, repeater stations, etc., across the country, monitored by D&D for an aircraft in distress. It's a common frequency that's used across the whole country. So that's typically how it's shown in table 2.18 for all entries in the AIP.
So that for all airports?
Yes, yes. Some may, Mr. Finlay, show their DOC as part of it, but others don't. We have chosen not to. We haven't never been challenged on it before, so.
And then the next entry it gives a specific frequency for as directed by the ATC. When would that be relevant, Mr. Thompson?
That could be in the situation where we had a better question for an air traffic controller where we had say for example a large exercise and the radar provision was split in different sectors, or those kind of scenarios, sort of thing. So that it would be directed by the controller or the watch manager to advise the pilots to utilise that frequency in that particular scenario.
When you say large exercise, are you meaning something like, I think there's a large military exercise that's in the Kintyre Peninsula? Yeah,
so Joint Warrior is a typical example where Prestwick gets utilised for a lot of, as the base for a lot of the aircraft that support the NATO exercise, which takes place over the northwest approaches to Scotland.
I think implicit in this, there may be a implicit question that does the DOC in that table cover radar as well as frequent channel frequency? And I think we have your answer to that already, so I'm not going to ask you that. And then the last question that I want you to deal with is question 6. It refers to the overlap of DOCs above the proposed development. It says, are all three responsible for providing services in that airspace? I'm only going to ask you in respect of Glasgow Prestwick Airport, if you provide services in that airspace, are you responsible for those services?
Yes.
And would that be the same for any other ANSP?
Yes.
And you heard, I think, Mr. Kirkland earlier describing in answers to questions 7 and 8, how coordination is affected. And is there anything in his answers that doesn't actually apply to Glasgow Prestwick?
No.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thompson. Just double check on this evidence. Yes, if you wait there, Mr. McLeod may have some questions for you.
Okay, Mr. McLeod, are you ready to begin your cross-examination?
I am, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Thompson. Just picking up initially on one of your answers in evidence in chief, you were asked about the CAA's position in relation to DOC. And I've got you noted generally as saying something along the lines of, there was a discussion, the CAA inspector expressed concern about range performance, and were Prestwick proposing a reduction of DOC, then that would require a robust safety assessment. Is that about right? That's about what you said?
Yes, I would agree with that, Mr. McLeod.
Okay, thank you. So what the CAA was not saying you can't reduce DOC. The CAA was not saying DOC needs to remain at 40. What the CAA was saying is, you've presented us with a radar for a new radar for your existing DOC that doesn't really seem to work as well as it should. Is that fair in layman's terms?
Yes. I mean, at that stage, we had not upgraded the thermal radar to improve the range performance. So we presented the evidence to the CA inspectors that we were not quite meeting the requirements from a range performance of the new system.
No. But what you were doing at that point was you were saying to the CA, we're maintaining our 40 nautical mile DOC. Here's the radar that we intend to use to provide radar services. And the CA expressed some concern based on the information they had at that point in time.
Yes, and I think I when I spoke with Mr. Finlay earlier, is that the expectations of the CEA when we were replacing an aging radar system is that we would be replacing it with a system that provided the same DOC performance. So when we presented the results, and they weren't just quite as good as we'd hoped, they expressed concern quite rightly. And implicitly, we took the decision that it's important that we upgrade the Terma to maintain our existing radar coverage performance.
But fundamentally, you are responsible for deciding what your DOC should be. It's not the CA's decision what it should be. The CA will tell you, or sorry, let me just stop the question there. So it's your decision what DOC should be.
Yes.
Yeah. The safe provision of services within whatever DOC you choose is your responsibility.
Yes, under our ANSP license.
Yeah. And the CAA will not mandate how you provide those services. They will simply ensure that your safety assurance system has been worked through and that you are comfortable that you can provide services safely.
That's correct.
So when you talked about the approach to clutter, the no-go areas and so on, you said that you thought the CAA would take a dim view of having an area where there was clutter because you've purchased a radar that resolves clutter. That was the gist of one of your answers, I think.
Is
that right?
Yes.
So I'm going to put it to you that is not the approach that the CAA would take. What the CAA would do is they would say to you, you're coming to us with an area of clutter within your DOC. What's your safety assessment for the provision of services in that area? That's what they would ask you, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit general in terms of how you presented that question, Mr. McLeod. We have deployed a radar system that, subject to final commission and flight trials confirmation, will provide radar performance, safe radar performance to 40 nautical miles. For us to then argue with the CEA to say, actually, there's an area in there where there's a wind farm that will generate permanent clutter, and we've taken the decision not to mitigate it. I am 100% certain the CEA would have some concerns about that position, that request to abandon that bit of airspace that we regularly use.
Well, abandoning the airspace is a rather emotive term, Mr. Thompson. and we'll come to look at ways in which the airspace could continue to be used by aircraft. And fundamentally, that is the important aspect here, isn't it? It's that aircraft receive a safe service appropriate to the requirements that they have requested.
The best service that is available.
And that service, as we've discussed over the course of the last couple of days, can be provided by more than just the airport. You don't have exclusive right to provide that service.
None of us have suggested we've got exclusive right to provide that service, but we, to our customers, can provide a full radar deconfliction service in the area above the proposed development if the thermal radar is optimized.
And NATS, or I'll not put it as a statement, I'll ask you a question. If NATS enter into an appropriate mitigation agreement with my clients, they too will be able to provide the same services to any aircraft above the Earraghail development, won't they?
I can't 100% answer that because I don't know what the mechanism that NATS are going to utilise to continue to utilise the airspace above Earraghail. There is a suggestion it's a radar blanking process, but is that effectively there will be no primary radar in that server, in that blanked area, or it will be SSR only, or will they be backfilling that blanked area with another radar of their suite? I don't have that detail, Mr. McLeod. I'm not party to that information that you have or your client has with NATS.
So that's a fair answer, Mr. Thompson. Let me put it to you a different way. If NATS was to NATS, would you accept NATS will have broadly the same concerns as Glasgow Prestwick as things currently stand? In other words, clutter will be appearing on their radar. They may have difficulty providing services in this part of uncontrolled airspace. That would be the nature of their concern, same concern that you have.
Yes, I would agree with that.
If NATS withdraw their objection to the application, would it be reasonable to assume that those concerns have been addressed to their satisfaction?
Yes.
And then returning to the issue of the CAA and its view regarding the continuing presence of clutter on your radar, you said, I'm sure they would be very uncomfortable. They would be uncomfortable if they hadn't received an appropriate safety assessment from you.
Yes.
Is that true? Yeah.
Particularly when we have deployed radar technology that can address the clutter. And I think that's the distinction here, is that we're actually deploying a system that has the ability to remove the clutter, Mr. McLeod. To not utilise that ability it just doesn't make sense to me, sort of thing. Is that why would we not deploy the clutter removal capability of the TERMA over the turbines that are visible to Prestwick radar from Earraghail? And I am sure the CEA would have a similar view to what I just articulated there.
Well, I'll try and not go over old ground, but I suspect we'll keep coming back to roughly the same issue, and I'll try and not do it too often. But you have started. Your position from the outset is that the airport should not have to accept a no-go area, as you put it in your objection letter.
Particularly when we have the means to address clutter.
Yes, and sorry, I should have explained that that's the essence of your case, that you shouldn't have to accept a no-go area when you have spent money, or when others have actually spent money on implementing a wind farm tolerable mitigation system?
The wind farm. The system that has the inherent capability to remove clutter. Yes.
Yes. But you've not presented any evidence of considering any other solution other than the Terma, have you?
No, we think it's the most expeditious and safest and easiest to implement. Subject to the usual flight trials and safety assessments to confirm the capability of the clutter mitigation.
Yes. And that actually, it neatly takes me into some areas that I wanted to explore with you. But I had one direct question before we get into that and some of the CAP documents. Would the Earraghail development impact on any of Glasgow Prestwick Airport's published procedures?
Not to my knowledge.
Can I ask you please to look at CAP 764, and I want to have a look at the consultation draft, which is CD 10.055. It's quite a recent, although it's been with the inquiry for a few months, it's only just recently been given a document number, and hopefully you'll be able to locate that.
What was the number again, Mr. McLeod?
It's 010.055.
And again, that might be prefixed with WIN-130-8.
Oh, well, I don't have it in the core list, unfortunately. Hopefully my colleague here will point me at it in the other PC.
I hope help is on its way.
Is have it, Mr. McLeod?
Great stuff. So we can note from the title, it's the CAA's policy and guidelines on wind turbines. If you flick through the first few pages, there's an explanation of various updates, and just for the reporter's reference, I suspect you're probably fairly familiar with this document, Mr. Thompson. We referred to it at one of the previous inquiries.
Yes, we did, and we've made a pretty substantial consultation feedback to the CAA on its content quite recently, Mr. McLeod.
Okay. And just for the reporter's benefit, we can agree that changes that are being proposed in this consultation draft are underlined in red.
Yes.
Yeah. So I wanted to start just with some very general points. And I think if you go to paragraph 1.3, which I think is, have you got a PDF or a hard copy?
It's a PDF.
PDF.
Mr. Clark.
So I think that's page 13.
Yeah, I have it.
And a very basic point, 1.3, at all times, responsibility for the provision of safe services lies with the ATS provider or the ANSP. So in this case, it's the airport.
Yes.
Yeah. If you go to 1.18 next,
No.
Uh, although this is in the context of approvals for equipment and service provision, if you look at the final sentence of 1.18, and we can look at similar wording elsewhere, ANSPs must have effective processes and procedures to, one, safeguard their service through being able to recognise when wind turbine developments may affect their service. Two, be able to assess the likely effects. And three, establish what reasonable mitigation is required. So in terms of the third point in C, being able to establish what reasonable measures may be put in place to mitigate the effect of a wind turbine development, we can agree that the mitigation has to be reasonable in the first place. Yes. And that from point B, that technical impact won't necessarily require mitigation. You can see in the second part of that section, the service provider must first assess whether the planned development will technically impact on the CNS systems. Where it is assessed there will be a technical impact, the service provider must then assess whether this has any operational significance. So a requirement to understand the operational significance of the impact in question.
Yes.
And those general points, I think, are also covered in a section later on in the document at paragraph 2.43, which is page 26 going into 27. This is in a section headed Air Traffic Services. Just check. Have you managed to get there?
Yeah, got there.
So section related to air traffic services, so something that we are interested in for this inquiry. Where an ANSP determines it's likely a planned wind turbine development would result in any of the above effects on their CNS infrastructure, this may not in itself be sufficient reason to justify grounds of objection to the planning application. The ANSP must determine whether the effect of the CNS infrastructure has a negative impact on the provision of the ATS. So no disagreement on that general statement, presumably.
No.
Now, if we could go back to page 6 of the document and the sort of general introduction. And you have that.
Yeah.
So this I suppose is, well, as it says at the top, introduction and background. It explains the context for the policy and so on. We can see quite a lot of changes there in red. They highlight various legislative and policy changes around climate change, net zero, and so on. And then in the penultimate paragraph, both wind energy and aviation are important to UK national interests. Both interests have legitimate interests that must be balanced carefully. And that was original text. That's been there for some time. But then the new bit. Therefore, for both industries, there is the need for establishing win-win outcomes. Suitable mitigation solutions are developed and applied only where absolutely necessary. And would you agree that that is a change in emerging policy from the CAA?
Certainly a change to the document in terms because it is the red underlined text, so it's an update from the previous version, which by inference to what you say there, Mr. MacLeod, is an update to CAA policy.
Yeah. Next, I think possibly final part of this document I wanted to look at was to do with risk assessment and mitigation, and that's really just in the context of what we've discussed. So paragraph 232, which I think is on PDF page 24.
Mr. McLeod.
Yeah, and there we can see an unchanged statement under the heading Risk Assessment, Mitigation of Possible Hazards. Any new hazards should be identified and assessed to determine if mitigations are adequate to reduce risks to an acceptable level. This should be in accordance with the service provider's safety management system, risk assessment and mitigation process. And again, you know, it's a very uncontroversial statement and one that you presumably agree with.
Yes.
Now, your safeguarding assessment process is set out in CD 10.38, and we can have a look at it if required, but I can take the point very shortly. This is the flowchart. You'll be intimately familiar with it, but for the reporter's benefit, it's the flowchart that we've seen before, I think, with some other witnesses, and it sets out a series of 27 steps in total. In fact, it's probably worthwhile having a quick look at it.
Just have the CD number again, Mr. McLeod.
Absolutely, sorry. So it's CD 010.038.
I think it's 1038.
Yes, sorry. See, I think depending on which document you're looking at, sometimes you need the zero first. But yes, 1038 in normal speak, certainly.
Yeah, I have it, Mr. McLeod.
Yeah, you've got that. Great. Okay. So headed up, wind farm safeguarding assessment process. I think you refer to this in your precognition. Whole series of steps involved. Planning application comes in at step 1. You then undertake a number of assessments, and then at step 12, there's a if you get to step 12, there's a requirement to conduct an ATC operational impact assessment. Step 13, if the turbines have an ATC operational impact assessment, then step 14, you issue an initial planning objection. And that is that the process that you have followed?
Yes, yes. I don't think we've actually submitted the document as part of the inquiry. We chose this time to articulate it via the PowerPoint videos, ma'am, which would give the illustration of the operational impact of that airspace where Earraghail is proposed. But we have conducted that operational impact assessment, Mr. McLeod.
Well, you've beaten me to the punchline of one of my questions, at least, which is you've not produced any evidence of that operational impact assessment other than the PowerPoint, have you?
So this inquiry, no, but it has been done.
And you have produced operation, and we'll come to look at the detail of why it's important very shortly. But in recent inquiries, as recently as earlier this summer, you did produce a full-blown operational impact assessment that considered all of the things that an operational impact assessment must consider, didn't you?
That's correct. And no, Earraghail, in essence, is a subset of the one that we discussed at length at the co-joined inquiry, Mr. McLeod. Earraghail is a standalone wind farm, so some of the hazards that we identified in the detailed operational risk assessment we presented at the co-joined. Because we're treating Earraghail as an individual isolated wind farm, then the mitigations required to deal with the operational issues is primarily to deploy the thermal radar and optimize it.
Well, let's just work through the process of what you should do. And I've noted your answer that you have undertaken an operational impact assessment, but you'll appreciate that my client's case for some considerable time is that you have not done one, and you have not produced that evidence to this inquiry. Why is that?
Well, as I said in my earlier answer, we chose the process when we were having the negotiations with your client, when they asked, provide evidence of utilisation of that airspace. And we chose to compile the PowerPoint presentation, which gave numerous examples of us, or our air traffic colleagues, utilising that airspace. Now, by definition, that's an operational impact assessment. I mentioned earlier, we've done the full operational impact assessment for the co-joined inquiry. The Earraghail is just simply a subset of that. Our safeguarding checklist log, which I agree we haven't submitted to this inquiry, covers the summary of the operational impact assessment meeting we had with our air traffic control colleagues. So that's what I'm presenting here, Mr. McLeod. We've done the work. We've presented it in a slightly different way to this inquiry, but that was due to the process that we were going through with your client at the start of the year, when they were challenging whether we utilise the airspace above the proposed Earraghail wind farm. We've clearly shown that we do. We have the mechanism to deal with it. All we're asking your client, as the agent of change, is just to cover the optimization costs to deploy the solution that's available. It's very cost effective, and it's in line with the determinations of Clockrate and Sanker 2.
Well, with respect, Mr. Thompson, another way of putting what you've just said is, you've asked my clients to pay £250,000, give or take, to address an operational impact assessment without providing the evidence for doing so, other than the PowerPoint, and we will come to the PowerPoint. But do you accept that that's another way of characterising where we are today?
Well, that's your interpretation. I gave my interpretation of what we've presented, Mr. McLeod.
Okay, well, let's then look at what the CAA says in relation to operational impact assessment. And I think to do that, we may need to look at a couple of documents. The first of which is CAP 670, which I touched on with Mr. Kirkland earlier on. And that one is CD 10.23.
Mr. McLeod.
Now, one point just before we delve into the detail of SUR 13. In the Carrick inquiry, you provided a bit more detail on your safeguarding assessment process, and you did that in an inquiry report. Do you remember that?
I believe so, yes. I think it goes through all the steps of the safeguarding flowchart. Yes.
And to be clear, I'm not trying to trip you up in relation to this question at least. But in your inquiry report for Carrick, you set out a fairly helpful table about what the different steps were in the safeguarding assessment and why you needed to do them. It was a 3-column table, and I appreciate it's not a document before this inquiry, but I'm looking at it at the moment. And would you take it from me or agree that step 12 is required because of, as you put it in Carrick, CAP 670 SUR 13? So that's the operational impact assessment needs to be done because of CAP 670 SUR 13.
Not having my inquiry report for Carrick in front of me, but I do accept what you're saying. Yeah.
And I get with the difficulty is we can't do a compare and contrast with your current inquiry report because you've not produced an inquiry report for this inquiry, have you?
No, we have not. We produced a position statement, as I think you talked through with Mr. Kirtland this morning.
Well, indeed, yeah, that's right. You're the statement of case,
yes,
which did indicate that the airport would lead evidence on which were the most pertinent provisions of a number of CAP documents, including CAP 670. But you've not done that, and Mr. Kirkland's not done that.
I've not put anything specific apart from we've submitted the safeguarding flowchart process as part of the submission. Right.
Yes, but for the reporters to understand, so I suppose let me put it to a slightly different way. You say there's in fact, we're all agreed, there is a requirement to do an operational impact assessment. You've presented evidence in the form of the PowerPoint presentation, and you say that is equivalent to an operational impact assessment?
It's another way of showing the same, it's more of a visual way of showing the same issues. We thought it would actually help the reporters understand just how we currently utilise that airspace already. Operational risk assessments are pretty dry documents, as we all know, and we spent many hours, Mr. Cloud, me and you, going through them at the co-joined inquiry. Sometimes pictures paint 1,000 words, and so this is the method we've chosen to present to the two reporters to this PI.
Those were happy times, Mr. Thompson, and I was very disappointed not to see an operational impact assessment. But the main reason for my disappointment, it was not so much because of the lengthy discussion we'd no doubt have had about it, but it's because in failing to produce one, I put it to you that you haven't complied with the requirements, or there's no evidence that you've complied with the requirements of the CAA's publications.
I don't accept that. No, I think we've fully complied with that, and I think Mr. Kirtland touched on it this morning. This was a pretty straightforward operational impact assessment. Our air traffic colleagues utilised that airspace. We've provided evidence of the utilisation of that airspace. The clatter from the Earraghail turbines would, unless they were optimised, would negate the ability for our air traffic colleagues to utilise that airspace. So it's a pretty straightforward operational impact assessment, this one. We have not raised any concerns on cumulative impact as we did at the co-joined inquiry. So it is purely a subset of the document that we submitted as our operational risk assessment to the recent co-joined inquiry.
Okay, well let's run through CAP 670, and then there's another CAP that I'd like to look at after that, if we may. And if we start, please, at page 483. In fact, let's start at 482, just so we can see the context. So 482 of 598.
Yes.
Yeah. just check. The reporter's got that as well. Yep. Okay, so page 482, SUR 13, requirements for implementation of wind turbine interference mitigation techniques. If we look at the next page, requirements, heading general, ANSPs are reminded that effectively they must ensure hazard ID as well as risk assessment and mitigation are systematically conducted for any changes to the ATM functional systems and supporting arrangements. So there is a specific process to be followed, systematic process of assessment.
Yes, and we have done that as part of our safety case submission for the deployment of the new wind farm radar mitigation system. We've had many hazard ID workshops associated with it, which has resulted in detailed statement of requirements and associated risk assessments. And as part of our commissioning flight trials, we have done specific for the existing environment, wind farms around the aerodrome. We have done specific flight trials over each of those wind farms to post those wind farms being optimized by the TERMA. And that evidence will be provided to the regulator as part of our safety case submission for the introduction of the new system.
Yeah.
So I think we've complied with all those requirements that you've taken to me in section 13.
Well, we're at a slight disadvantage because you haven't presented any of that evidence in relation to the TERMA either to this inquiry. You're telling us that you've done that assessment, and we have your evidence on that, but that relates to the wider TERMA issues, not to what we're dealing with today.
Well, I would say what we're dealing with today is a subset of the whole safety case submission to introduce the new wind farm radar mitigation system that addresses clutter associated with wind farms in the vicinity of the aerodrome.
Okay. If you look, please, at 13.6, which is just below the paragraph we're looking at, a local safety assessment shall justify the mitigation methods applied. So what you're saying in the wider TERMA context is our mitigation for accumulation of wind farms within our area is TERMA. And
Sorry, I'll let you finish, Mr. McLeod. So apologies.
Well, yeah, in fact, I maybe put the question too narrowly. You're I think going to say it's not just TERMA, it's the whole wind farm radar mitigation system.
Well, but it also may require, and we spent many hours at the recent co-join on this. TERMA is great. It removes clutter, but it's not a silver bullet. And you may need additional mitigation on top of TERMA to deal with all the impacts of wind farms in the vicinity of the aerodrome.
Well, that's an interesting point, Mr. Thompson, and I appreciate you're making the point in a slightly different context. But essentially what you're saying is that even an optimized TERMA might not solve all the problems, and that additional mitigation might be required or might be appropriate. Is that fair?
Yes, and we've articulated that in numerous documents and oral submission that we presented to the recent co-joined inquiry. It's a great radar, but it's not a silver bullet.
In the context of the current inquiry, even with an optimized TERMA, there might be a need for further mitigation, and that mitigation could be procedural mitigation, couldn't it?
Possibly. And that could be the introduction of a TMZ above the proposed development. I think we're pretty comfortable that Terma will deal with the clutter associated with the standalone Earraghail wind farm. We've taken the risk on board ourselves to put that safety case argument to the CEA that an optimised Terma on its own should be sufficient for us to continue to utilise that airspace.
Yeah, but to come back to an answer that you gave Mr. Finlay in examination in chief, you said that you thought the CAA would take a pretty dim view of a scenario where effectively Terma wasn't. Well, let me, in fairness, I'll put the answer that you gave. You said, I think the CAA would take a dim view because we have a radar that resolves clutter. They would, I'm sure, be very uncomfortable, and that was in the context of procedural mitigation. You remember giving that answer?
Don't remember the link with procedural mitigation. I don't think we've had a discussion, myself and you, on procedural mitigation. Possibly that was with Mr. Kirkland.
Sorry, I'm maybe putting the question badly. Do you remember when Mr. Finlay asked you earlier on about the way in which, from a procedural point of view, you would deal with Earraghail if you weren't mitigating it through Terma, the way you would deal with it? And you answered that you'd have to put an entry on the AIP or maybe a NOTAM. That's a notice to airmen, as I understand it. You remember giving that answer?
Yeah, we would effectively have to, I used the term, create a no-go area in our designated operate. The area would be unsafe to use from a primary radar surveillance perspective.
And you then went on after explaining that you would have to, well, I suppose the first point to note, you said that you would have to put an entry on the AIP or a NOTAM. So a procedural mitigation could be put in place as a matter of principle. We're agreed on that.
In principle, but I refer to my previous answer, Mr. MacLeod. If you have the means to deal with it and remove the clutter, why would you revert to a procedural process when you have the technical means to deal with the clutter? There's no logic to that. And I think the CE would have a really dim view of us proposing a procedural solution to something that we can deal with technically.
Well, the CAA, to use your terminology, the CAA would have a dim view if you approached them and said, we intend to continue to provide services in an area where we don't have effective radar coverage. But the CAA might take a very different view if you presented them with a safety case that said, we're not going to provide a service there, but don't worry, because NATs are going to provide the same service in that area, and we've agreed that with them. Do you accept that premise?
I don't accept the CA would be comfortable with that, that the airport having the ability to deal with the clutter, not implementing it. It's just there's no logic to it, none. And to suggest for the NATs to hold on to the aircraft longer is your clients are assuming NATs are content to hold on to the aircraft longer, which is increased workload for them. They would probably keep it at a much higher altitude. If that aircraft was making an approach to Prestwick, it's got a shorter distance to lose all that altitude, which would be more workload for the pilot, increased stresses on the aircraft and losing that altitude over a shorter distance, and also increased workload on the Prestwick controllers. So there's just no logic to the argument that this can be dealt with by Prestwick abandoning that airspace, creating a no-go area, and assuming Nats will hang on to the aircraft longer. I could not present that argument to the CAA in all fair.
What evidence is there of you having had any discussions with Nats about the practicalities of these things?
We haven't, but I would be interested if your client has.
So you haven't explored that as a mitigation possibility?
No, because we believe the mitigation solution appropriate for this, for our continuous use of that airspace, is to optimise the terminal.
And that comes to the issue, Mr. Thompson. You've looked at it from the wrong end of the telescope. You describe it as your continued use of the airspace. The airspace is not being used by you. The airspace is being used by aircraft, isn't it?
That's correct. No, I'm not saying we're the sole users of that airspace.
You don't use it at all.
Sorry, say again.
Sorry, Mr. Finley's about to tell me off for interrupting you, I think. So you finish your answer.
No, I'm lost on where we were in our conversation, that sort of thing. So,
well, let's go back and see if we can remember. So you described, you said something.
The last thing was telescope. So maybe that helps both of us remind ourselves where we were.
Who knows? But you referred to your continued use of the airspace, and I was saying, and I'll put it a slightly different way. The airport doesn't use the airspace. Airplanes use the airspace. Yes. The airport provides services within that airspace for the airspace users.
Yes, absolutely right, Mr. Finlay.
McLeod.
Sorry, Mr. McLeod. I need a glass of water, I think, Ma'am.
So, if we actually look at it from the other end of the telescope, this is where my telescope analogy came in. If you look at it from the perspective of an airplane, and this may be too flippant a comment to make, but an airplane looking for a service in the area above Earraghail doesn't really care whether it's provided by Prestwick, Nats, Glasgow Airport, Campbelltown if possible. It asks for a service. Any one of those ANSPs can say, sorry, I cannot provide you with that service. That's correct, isn't it?
That's correct. But certainly an aircraft that is arriving at Prestwick will make every effort to get a service from Prestwick Airport.
And I don't want to get too detoured on this issue, but just to be clear, an aircraft flying on the published flight routes that Mr. Van Hoogstraten identified yesterday at the beginning of his evidence, an aircraft flying on any of the published flight routes wouldn't require to obtain a service in this location because they wouldn't be anywhere near Earraghail, would they?
If they chose to fly an RNP approach to Prestwick, yeah, you're absolutely right. But as it was discussed either yesterday or this morning, pilots make every effort to reduce fuel burn and find the most expeditious way to arrive at their destination. And with coordination between Nats and the Prestwick controllers, they can offer that pilot the most expeditious way to land at Prestwick Airport. And that's a direct route, effectively, particularly if you're arriving at runway 12, effectively over the airspace above Earraghail. That's the most expeditious route into Prestwick for some of our scheduled transatlantic traffic that arrive at Prestwick that we showed in many of the video clips.
It's not a published flight route. It's not controlled airspace. It's not the route that...
It is about 19,500 feet is controlled airspace, but no, below that, it's Class G. But that's that coordination between Nats, Prestwick ATC, and the pilot.
Okay. I wanted to look at another bit of CAP 670, just slightly further on. And it's still in SUR 13. If you go to 495. So this is Appendix A, guidance on wind farm mitigation techniques. And if you go a couple of pages on to 13A10 and look at that section, which deals with a point we've not really explored yet, but we're about to, and it's the concept of risk. Risk means the combination of the overall probability or frequency of occurrence of a harmful effect induced by a hazard and the severity of that effect. Now, I appreciate that's a fairly long sentence, but does that sentence imply that some risks may be acceptable?
No, I think what that is, I mean, that's standard risk assessment terminology, where, residual risk is a consequence of probability and frequency of occurrence. So
Yeah.
that there are scenarios where the residual risk is as low as reasonably practical, but it's just standard risk assessment terminology that we're all probably very familiar with, and 5x5 risk assessment matrices, etc. So
yes. Well, I don't know. I mean, you and I, you certainly are. I'm becoming familiar with it, regrettably. I'm not sure how familiar the reporters will be with it in the context of the CA publications, which is why I want to have a look at it. But just take it step by step. Some risks are acceptable. Not all risks are unacceptable. You presumably accept that.
yeah, yes.
And to determine acceptability, that sentence is telling us that we need to do an analysis of the severity of the effect and how often it will occur.
Absolutely.
Yeah. If you look a few pages on, please, at 13A35. And at the bottom of that page, there's a heading, Safety Argument, Validity of the Selected Risk Mitigation Strategy. 13A35, depending on the outcome of the safety assessment, the ANSP must identify the increased level of risk that should be mitigated and the performance parameters that are affected, which must be met by the operational requirement. Now, what that's saying, see if you agree, is that the mitigation requirements can only be determined once you've gone through a full safety assessment and analysed the acceptability of risk.
No, I would say they're done in tandem with each other, and not to try and jump too far ahead, that's the process that we have gone through, which we explored extensively during the co-joined, and Earraghail is just a subset of that risk assessment that we submitted to the co-joined inquiry. And we've provided evidence here to the reporters of the utilisation of that airspace with traffic, scheduled traffic, large scheduled traffic, making approaches to Prestwick Airport from the northwest sector of our DOC.
Well, you've said a few times this morning that this is really just a subset of the issues that were considered at the co-joined inquiry. But the co-joined inquiry was largely focused on cumulative impact and issues of probability of detection. Neither of those are issues in this case, are they?
I agree that that was the main focus during the co-joined inquiry. But if you look at the detail, as me and you did, Mr. MacLeod, of the risk assessment, the operational risk assessment we produced for the co-joined inquiry, some of the hazards that we identified on that risk assessment are exactly the same hazards associated with Earraghail. We've treated Earraghail as a standalone, isolated wind farm. Our risk assessment analysis has concluded that you need to mitigate the impact of the clutter. We have the ability to do that, and I keep coming back to the crux of our whole dispute here is we have the ability to deal with that clutter technically to allow the risk to be reduced to a tolerable level that you need to keep under review, but it will be a tolerable level if you optimize the terma that we're about to deploy.
We're going to come on and look at risk assessment in a little bit more detail just very shortly, but and what the CA tells you should be doing. But I just wanted to ask you to look at the note on the following page in relation to selection of risk mitigation strategy. You'll see at the top of PDF page 502, the ANSP may adopt various risk mitigation strategies. It may be that the ANSP wishes to provide a limited service or a different service, e.g. such as procedural mitigation or increasing the separation minima. Now, what that is a specific recognition. Again, this is in the context of wind farms. It's a specific recognition that service provision need not remain the same. The CAA is effectively leaving it to you to determine whether it needs to remain the same, and if not, to provide a safety case to justify it.
Yes, I don't disagree with what you said.
I want to have a look next at CAP 760. And I appreciate we've been going for some time, and I just want to check with the reporters that they're happy to continue. I've still got a bit to go. I mean, I'm not convinced we'll get finished before lunch if you were planning to break at 1. But I think I've maybe got about another 45 minutes to go, depending on answers.
How does the witness feel about another 45 minutes before a break?
Well, I think I'm in Purdo anyway, ma'am, anyway, so I'm quite happy just to carry on with Mr. MacLeod.
Okay, we'll carry on. I'll keep an eye on the time, and if we start going beyond the 45 minutes, we'll just have to remember we haven't broken yet. Okay, back to you.
Thank you. Thank you. So, yeah, the next document I wanted to look at was CAP at 760, and that's CD 10.25.
Yes, I have it, Mr. MacLeod.
Great. Let's check. Reporters have got that. So, title of the document, Guidance on the Conduct of Hazard Identification, Risk Assessment and the Production of Safety Cases all familiar territory for you, I'm sure, Mr. Thompson.
Yeah.
I wanted to look at PDF page 30 to begin with. And paragraph 3.1, where it says risk assessment and mitigation requires a systematic approach. And you would presumably agree with the CA that is in fact correct. Risk assessment does require a systematic approach.
Yes, yes.
And no doubt we'll also agree that the 7 steps that are set out below are all relevant when it comes to assessing risk and also identifying necessary mitigation.
Yes.
Step 2, which is hazard and consequence identification, and it can be found on PDF page 34, and it goes on a bit. Now, where in your precognition do we find any identification of the hazard that requires to be mitigated?
I don't think I've got anything specific in my recognition. I think it's the hazards that are identified is the potential for the aircraft. I mean, hazards, trying to how best to articulate this is that the risk assessment process you go through identifies the hazards of continuing to use that airspace when in the presence of clutter. And again, apologise for keep reverting back to the detailed one we spoke about, ma'am, at the co-joined, but we clearly identified all the hazards associated with routing aircraft over areas of clutter at the co-joined inquiry. So I do apologise again, but it is just what we're talking about here is just a subset of that whole hazard identification consequence of the hazards without the appropriate mitigation.
For the purposes of this inquiry, you have identified no hazards that this development would cause, have you?
Well, I disagree with that. We've articulated, we've provided a PowerPoint presentation to show that we utilise that airspace. If Earraghail was built without addressing the clutter associated with the turbines, we couldn't safely utilise that airspace. The consequences would be too significant. The air traffic controller would not be comfortable to route an aircraft over an area of that permanent clutter.
So is the hazard
over on top of that? If you do remember, we're now using processed radar displays. So the way the clutter presents itself on the new displays is not as obvious as it is in the current radar displays. So that'd be even more uncomfortable for an air traffic controller to be utilising an area of airspace that the clutter hasn't been optimised and removed.
So the hazard is simply the presence of clutter and the inability to provide services in that area.
Well, it's more than that. It's the consequences of the hazards as well, in terms of dropping tracks, track seduction. All that's intertwined with the definition of what the hazard is. But the primary hazard is the clutter. I agree with you, Mr. MacLeod. The primary is the presence of clutter and the impact it has on the radar system to maintain a aircraft track across the clutter unless the clutter is removed. That's what TERMA does.
You mentioned the consequences of the hazard, and I'm pleased you did, because it takes us on to step 3. So the CAA requires you to assess the severity of each consequence of the hazard in question. You've not presented any evidence of that, have you, in this inquiry?
I accept in this inquiry, but we have presented pretty detailed coverage of that at previous inquiries. I mean, the consequences are pretty obvious in terms of loss of separation between other aircraft, the potential for pop-up traffic that would be seen very late by the controller. I mean, the ultimate consequences are pretty severe, as we all know, and with air traffic safety being paramount in both our mind and the developer's mind, is that it's the residual consequences of not dealing with the clutter in that area would not allow us to utilise that area unless the clutter was removed. And we keep going back to this, is we have the capability of removing the clutter. And in the interest of aviation safety, it would be really quite silly not to remove the clutter.
Well, can we agree that really quite silly is not a criteria that applies when it comes to the assessment of safety cases?
Yes, my choice of language was rather maybe inappropriate, but the residual risk would be intolerable to the point where we could not utilise that airspace.
Well, with respect, you only know whether the residual risk is tolerable if you've A, identified the hazard, B, worked out what the consequence of the hazard is, or the consequences, there may be multiple, C, and we're about to come on to this, considered the likelihood of the hazard occurring. And if you look next at page 40 of the CAA's publication that gives guidance on the conduct of risk assessment, they require you to estimate the likelihood of hazard consequences occurring and to record those details in the hazard log.
Yeah, and as I say, we've done that. I absolutely appreciate we have not presented, ma'am, that risk assessment to this inquiry, but I keep reiterating it's a subset of the one that we've already submitted to the co-joint, and we've utilised that table, Mr. MacLeod. It's an excellent table. It gives it some quantifiable data to the types of probabilities of occurrence.
Do you accept that the likelihood of a consequence occurring, it's a fairly obvious question, likelihood of a consequence occurring will depend on the location in which it happens?
Sorry, in what context of the location?
Well, let me put it a different way to you, because there was a badly phrased question in the first place. But you've said this is a subset of the conjoined inquiry. The conjoined inquiry considered a significantly larger number of wind turbines, didn't it?
Yes, from a cumulative perspective, but some of the hazards identified in that risk assessment looked at wind farms in isolation, which is what Earraghail is. It's an isolated wind farm. There's no wind farms within 3, 4, 5 nautical miles of Earraghail. So that hazard identification and risk assessment process that we went through is absolutely valid for the discussion we're having at the moment for Earraghail.
Well,
Can I just-
methodology.
Can I just come in? You've
Yes.
said quite a few times now, Mr. Thompson, that you've done work that's relevant to the Earraghail case that's been put into the conjoined wind farm. I don't know if you realise, but I mean, I wasn't the reporter for that case, and unless something's put before this inquiry, we don't have access. We can't go and look to the side. It's something that was submitted for another inquiry. So if there is something that has been done that's relevant to this case, we would suggest that that should be submitted to this case. I mean, you're referring to it several times, but I can't look anywhere and see it as things stand.
And can I just put down a marker, ma'am, that if the airport chooses at this stage in the process to lodge an operational impact assessment, I will have a claim for expenses.
If the airport wants us to be able to look at it, it will have to log it. I can't go and look at something from another case. But obviously, Mr. McLeod has made that comment. So
Yeah, I understand, ma'am. Understand.
I don't know if now would be an appropriate point to break, and Mr. Finlay can take instructions, albeit not from Mr. Thompson, on how he wants to proceed in this case, because the reporters are in a very difficult position. I'm in a very difficult position. My clients have made clear from the outset that they don't think an operational impact assessment has been done. No evidence of one has been presented. Mr. Thompson's referred to something that's been done, but we've not seen it, and we're significantly disadvantaged as a result. So perhaps could I suggest that we do break for lunch now, and Mr. Finlay takes instructions on how he wants to proceed.
Finlay, thanks.
what do you think, Mr. Finlay?
I think Mr. Thompson has made it clear that he considers what has been provided in 1041 is sufficient for the purposes of this inquiry. I will be re-examining him on that if Mr. McLeod doesn't. And so at the moment, I have no intention of seeking to put in another document that Mr. Thompson's been referring to by reason of responding to Mr. McLeod's comments. At the moment, I am not unduly concerned about Mr. McLeod's threat of expenses, but I have no currently instructed have no desire to put in a further document. We're willing to rely on the documents that are before the inquiry for the purposes, the limited purposes that this inquiry has to consider the extent of risk for the introduction. Well, where the issue is as to who should pay for the mitigation for Terma. I'm satisfied that we have enough evidence at present. Mr. McLeod may be referring to other evidence by way of cross-examination. So be it.
Okay, I'll note that point. Mr. Thompson, for the rest of your evidence, I just wanted to make sure you're aware that although that was submitted to another inquiry, it's not something that is before this inquiry or that we've got access to. So I just want to make sure you're aware of that. I think I'm going to take the lunch break now while we're paused. So we'll come back at 1:45 and resume with Mr. McLeod finishing his questions then.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Welcome back, everybody.
Thank you, Phil.
Hello.
Hi.
Lovely, Mr. McLeod with here. Hello.
Mr. McLeod and I were just having an offline conversation, so he's definitely around, so it may be a second or two before he comes back. About conditions, not about anything else.
Okay.
Nothing untoward in that.
Nothing we need to know about. Okay. I think I'll just wait, give him a couple of minutes then to come back. Hello, Mr. McLeod.
Hello, apologies, I was slightly late back there.
It's okay. Now I think before we went for lunch, we were still you still had some cross-examination to go, and I'm sorry, I think I might, looking at my notes, have stopped midway through a point. I don't know if that's right or not. My last note was a question around whether there was a consequence to a hazard dependent on the location. Not really.
Yeah, so I've reflected over lunch on what else I need to ask Mr. Thompson, but I think it is worth going back to the document we were looking at before lunch and just finishing off the exercise there. So that was HAP 670 CD 10.05. Sorry, HAP 760. Did I say 760?
You might not have done.
Yeah. So afternoon, Mr. Thompson. I think where we'd got to, I think, was, again, just to put it in context again, why don't we go back one step? We'll take it very, very quickly. But we're agreed that this document sets out a 7-step risk assessment and mitigation process. You can see that from the heading of Chapter 3 at page 33. You're on mute, Mr. Thompson.
Yes, sorry, Ms. McLeod. Yeah, I agree.
No, not at all. So yes, we've got 7-step mitigation, hazard and mitigation process. We've talked about step 2 in terms of identification of hazard. We've talked about the estimation of severity, which was step 3. And then we were on step 4, I think, when we maybe took a bit of a sidestep. And this is about the estimation and assessment of the likelihood of hazard consequences occurring. And the point that I was attempting to make is that when you're looking at likelihood of hazards occurring, it will depend on things like the volume of air traffic in a particular area, won't it?
Yes.
And the types of air traffic, not just the volume, but the types of air traffic.
I would say less so about the types, probably the volume.
The volume. And ultimately, the evidence that's presented of the hazard in question occurring, or the likelihood of that hazard occurring.
Yes.
Now, in previous inquiries, you've presented evidence that shows not just the volume of traffic being provided services by the airport, but the volume of traffic generally within airspace, haven't you?
I don't think I specifically mentioned that, but no, I take your point.
So sorry, but by you in that case, I was really talking about Glasgow Prestwick Airport have presented evidence of not just traffic that the airport's providing services to, but evidence of other traffic that might be in the area.
Yes.
And that issue is relevant to the question of likelihood of hazard, isn't it?
Relative terms, yeah.
Let me put it in very basic terms. Two planes can't come into conflict if only one plane is in the area. Pretty basic.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, accept that.
Now, your PowerPoint presentation presents some evidence of the number of planes to which you provide a service, but it doesn't address the nature and type of other planes, I think, in the area.
No, that will be a mix of general aviation, military, and en route traffic or traffic going into Glasgow or Edinburgh, etc.
And the numbers of planes involved, the frequency within which they might come into conflict with one another, and so on. Those are all highly relevant factors when it comes to the question of probability of occurrence of a hazard, aren't they?
They contribute to the thought process about the probability of the hazard. Yes.
Yeah. Well, if you look at, let's go back to Cap 670 and see what the CAA has to say about it. Sorry, 760, I beg your pardon. If you go to PDF page 40, you'll see key steps, estimate the likelihood of the hazard and record the details in the hazard log. There's then reference to table 2, which we'll come on to in just a second. But just for context, you see paragraph 4.3. Table 2 specifies the likelihood as qualitative categories, e.g. remote, frequent, etc. Also includes numerical values for the probabilities associated with each category. So it explains, or it offers a method of understanding how often something's likely to happen.
Yes.
And we can see table 2 on the next page. And there, across the top, it gives a series of descriptions which go from frequent all the way through to extremely improbable. And it tells you what those things mean in layman's terms, in quantitative terms, and so on, or it offers guidance on how you might quantify them. And again, that's standard fare when it comes to risk assessing hazards and the question of identifying the need for mitigation, isn't it?
That's correct.
And again, common theme, you've not presented any evidence of that to this inquiry, have you?
Well, I take cognizance of the conversation we had before the break. So the only evidence we've provided is in our PowerPoint presentation, which showed over a short period utilization of that airspace on several occasions.
If you were to submit the PowerPoint presentation to the CAA as your safety case, they would not accept that, would they?
No, it would just form one of the documents that we would submit as part of the overall safety case. That would also include full HAZ-ID risk assessment analysis on the whole system, both from a technical and operational perspective.
But put another way, excuse me, the PowerPoint presentation is not sufficient evidence in its own right to reach conclusions on safety issues, is it?
I absolutely agree, but we have shared the PowerPoint, as you're probably aware, with the CEA, and the responses that are in front of the inquiry support the conclusions that we've reached, that if there is a means to mitigate this clutter, then it should be implemented.
Right. Well, we'll come on to mitigation just very shortly. But final step in, or maybe not the final step, step 5 in the CAA's guidance on hazard ID, risk assessment and production of safety cases. Step 5, evaluation of the risk. An evaluation of the risk is set out on page 41. Key steps are to decide whether the risk is acceptable or not, to record the details. And then in 5.2, language that we're familiar with from earlier discussion, the acceptability of a risk is dependent on both the likelihood of it occurring and the severity of its consequences. Acceptability is therefore usually based on comparison with a severity probability matrix, sometimes called a tolerability matrix. It is therefore necessary, note the word necessary, to generate a tolerability matrix in order to set and evaluate the risk. The CA is telling us here that without a tolerability matrix, it's not possible to evaluate the risk that you're seeking to mitigate, aren't they?
Yes, and that's the standard process that all ANSPs follow when they're submitting safety assurance documentations to the CEA.
Then if we look to page 42 in table 3, we can see what the risk classification and tolerability matrix looks like. So on the left-hand side, sorry, have you got that?
Yeah, I've got it.
Yeah, okay. Left-hand side, we've got a categorization or categorizations of severity, so ranging from no effect immediately to accidents. And across the top, we've got the probability of occurrence or likelihood, as they put it, and the table looks to combine the two of them. And what we can see is that there are certain correlations, if I can put it that way, that are acceptable. That goes back to my point from earlier that I think you agreed with. Not all risks are unacceptable. You agree with that?
Yes.
All right. In order to determine whether a risk is unacceptable and requires mitigation, you need to undertake an exercise like this, don't you?
That's correct.
And you've not presented any evidence to the inquiry of that having been done. Step 6 then, which is on page 43, is headed Risk Mitigation and Safety Requirements. And 6.1a picks up a point we've really just discussed. The key activities in step 6 are to A, mitigate those risks identified as unacceptable. In other words, you don't have to mitigate all risks, simply those that are unacceptable. That's the CA's guidance in this regard. If we then,
I would argue a risk that's in the review category is an area that you need to keep close attention to.
yeah, I'm obviously not giving evidence, but I'll agree with you on that. Review is looked at, those, again, just for the reporter's benefit, we've got, if you go back to table 3, we can see that there's a broad category of acceptable risk in the bottom left-hand corner of that table, a broad category of unacceptable risk in the top right, and then kind of something in the middle, which is review. And as you say, Mr. Thompson, those are areas that you might be concerned with and need to keep under review, but not necessarily mitigate.
I accept that.
Then 6.5 on page 44. Risk mitigation measures may work through reducing the probability of occurrence or the severity of the consequences, or both. Achieving the desired level of risk reduction may require the implementation of more than one mitigation measure. So a thorough understanding of probability and tolerability is required before deciding what mitigation measures should be put in place, isn't it?
Yeah.
And in 6.6, a specific acknowledgement that risk mitigation strategies include point B, modification of operational procedures. No dispute with that, presumably.
No.
Now,
in many ways, that's what we're having to do at the moment, due to the proliferation of wind farms that are currently manifesting themselves on the existing radar displays that we showed as part of those clips, particularly down to the south of the airfield. There's a lot of wind farms that are already constructed, and we've had to fully risk assess that and put modifications to operational procedures to allow the continued flow of aircraft in and out of the airport while that clutter is still visible, until such times as we can remove it with the new radar system.
Yeah. Do you agree that one way to mitigate the risk in this case, and the risk is presumably that the airport is not able to provide safe services over Earraghail. One way for that risk to be mitigated is for the airport not to provide services over Earraghail.
I would accept your premise, but I wouldn't accept we would accept that scenario. We would not, particularly as I said before lunch, when we have the technical capability of removing clutter, that it would be illogical to abandon, as I called it, that particular area of airspace when you have the means to deal with it. There's no logic to it, Mr. McLeod.
Well, again, we're back to which end of the telescope are we looking through analogy, if you remember that one from this morning. You're looking at this from the perspective of the airport must maintain full service throughout its DOC, aren't you?
No, I'm not being as stringent as that. All I'm saying is that if we have the means to deal with the clutter within our DOC, the permanent clutter caused by a new wind farm, then it is illogical not to deploy that solution.
let's, I'm going to ask you the similar question to the one I just asked. Is the airport obliged to provide full services throughout its DOC in uncontrolled airspace?
I wouldn't say it's obliged, but it makes absolute best efforts to provide the best service to all aircraft, either transiting aircraft or aircraft that either arriving or departing at Prestwick Airport. It's effectively in the DNA of an air traffic controller. That's what is not only expected of them, that's what they deliver day to day right across the country.
Yeah, but the choice, it's then a choice for the airport to provide services on the basis you've just described. It's a choice for you to provide them across your DOC.
We wish to provide the best service possible to all aircraft, either arriving, departing, or transiting through the DOC of Prestwick Airport.
And the purpose of providing that service is for the benefit of the aircraft.
Absolutely. Safe provision of air traffic services, number one.
Yeah. Would I be right in thinking that you've not had any discussions with any aircraft operator about mitigation solutions if Earraghail was built?
No, that's correct.
And you've not considered with NATS the possibility of them providing the services that you currently provide to aircraft above Earraghail?
No, absolutely not, because we wish to maintain the status quo. We have the capability to maintain the status quo. Anything other than what your client's suggesting is a change to that status quo that has an impact on potentially the workload of NATS, potentially the workload of the pilot, additional stresses and strains on the aircraft frame, and increased workload on the air traffic controllers at Prestwick Airport. There's no need for any of those to take place, or the likelihood of any of those to take place, if we optimise the term up over the permanent clutter that will result from Earraghail.
You haven't given any detailed consideration to whether those are real effects arising from the potential mitigation that we've just been talking about.
Well, in many ways, I would flip. No, and I'm not allowed to ask you questions, but has your client considered these? Your client had these discussions with, particularly NATS, who they're just about to enter into a mitigation agreement with?
Well, you're perfectly entitled to ask me questions, Mr. Thompson. It's just that I'm not going to give you any answers.
No, I understand, Mr. McLeod.
So I wanted to take you back to CAP 764 that we talked about earlier on, because that in a way may actually help to answer the question you just posed to me. So CAPS 764 is this is CD 1055. It's the consultation draft again. Although I think the bit I'm about to refer you to is the same.
No, I think it was on the other laptop that one of my colleagues kindly shared with me, and she took it back over lunchtime. So if we could just quick pause.
Have you got the other? Well, either someone can bring it to you, or we can refer to the earlier version of the CAP if that's easier. Or the current version of the CAP, as I should put it.
It would be useful if I had the current one in front of me.
So I think that's 10.08.
Yeah, I've got a hard copy, Mr. McLeod.
Right, great. Okay. The paragraph that I wanted to take you back to, because we did touch on this one earlier on, is 2.43, which on my PDF copy is page 27. It doesn't look as if the pages have got numbers on them.
Doesn't actually.
If you look for 2.43, it's at the bottom of one of the pages that I've got here.
Yeah, I've got it.
This is air traffic services. Just check the reporters have got that too. And we touched on the first part of this earlier on, the ANSP, just over the page, the ANSP. Well, in fact, bottom of that page over to the top. Technical impact, in essence, may not be enough to justify grounds for rejection. It has to be an assessment of the impact, so the operational assessment, and then a bit that we didn't touch on, which is at the bottom of the paragraph. The position of an ANSP at inquiry would be significantly degraded if they had not considered all potentially appropriate mitigations. Now, you asked whether my clients had considered mitigation arrangements with NATS. I'm going to put it to you, Mr. Thompson, that it's really for you as ANSP to consider what mitigation options there might be, and not to simply jump to the conclusion, as you appear to have done, that because you have the Terma radar, that is what the mitigation must be.
I think we're going to have to disagree on this one, Mr. McLeod. I read that paragraph and I listen to your sentiments, and I'm not disagreeing. No, we should consider all other potential mitigations. In my earlier evidence, I did allude to some of the challenges of alternate mitigations. I'm still of the view that the most efficient mitigation to deal with the impact of Earraghail is to optimize the Terma.
I don't think we're going to get much further on that part, and the reporters have probably heard enough of it now. I think possibly one question. I'll just check my notes in a second, but could I ask you just to have a look at your precognition and paragraph 14 of that, please? And just to be clear, you say there is a risk that as the number of operational wind farms in the vicinity of the airport increases, Terma will not be able to provide the required level of mitigation, resulting in the need to add additional technology via the multi-radar tracker unit of the WFRMS. That, just to be clear, that's not an issue for this inquiry, is it?
No, but I think the context of that paragraph is, should another wind farm planning application, there is a planning application for a wind farm called Rowan, which is a considerable distance away from Earraghail. They're well enough separated to give us the comfort that we believe that the Terma radar will be able to deal with the clutter independently for each of them. However, if some developer wishes to build a wind farm in between those two planning applications, and should those two original planning applications be consented, then we would obviously go through a due process, but we may result in the situation where we don't believe Terma on its own is sufficient to deal with some of the cumulative impacts of deploying TERMA to deal with the original clutter. And we explored that scenario for Carrick, Craig and Murray and Knockcronal and up the other wind farms around at the co-join. So that's the context, Mr. MacLeod, of that paragraph.
Thank you very much. Those are all the questions I have.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. I've got 2 questions. First one is, there's been some discussion around the NATS radar, the airport's radar, and we've discussed the applicant's position on mitigation. So the applicant has told us that it's entering into an agreement with NATS and that would allow NATS to keep providing its services in this area and perhaps provide some of the services that the airport currently provides. What I'm interested to just test with you is, does that mean that for airspace users, from their perspective, the availability of services in the area would remain equal to what's available to them now?
No, ma'am, they wouldn't be able to get a service from us in that area that we couldn't safely provide air traffic services.
But I mean, if they could get that services, but they had to go to NATS for it instead, would the overall availability of services to them be the same? I'm asking because I think the position that has been put to us is that the mitigation with NATS would mean that all the services that are currently available would still be available. It might be that NATS is providing some of the ones that are currently provided by the airport. I'm just asking you, even if it wasn't the airport providing them, but NATS were, would the overall availability of services, the quality of those services, would that still be the same?
I can't give a full answer for that, ma'am, sort of thing, because I'm not sure what air traffic services NATS will be providing above Earraghail. We offer a full radar deconfliction service in that area. Whether NATS have that current capability themselves, I'm not sure. As we spoke earlier in the discussions, Prestwick's got good radar line of sight to Earraghail, so we can provide a full radar deconfliction service. How NATS provide that service, I'm not parley to, sort of thing. That's probably as best as I can answer your question.
Without the detail, you can't answer.
No.
It was somebody speaking, sorry, I'll go to my next question. My next question was just about one of the bits of language that got used and questioned. I think you referred to the potential of needing to abandon the airspace over Earraghail. I think Mr. McLeod said that was perhaps an emotive term. There was the term no-go area, I think, was used as well. When Mr. Wiley was giving evidence yesterday, he spoke of the option for controllers at Glasgow Prestwick to not accept handover till later. So wait till aircraft had cleared that bit of airspace before they accepted the aircraft and provided it with the service. Is that effectively the same thing? Is what he's talking about there, controllers not being willing to provide a service until that airspace was cleared? Is that effectively the same thing as you're talking about if you say
Yes.
no-go area or abandoned airspace?
Yeah, I mean, probably very emotive language they use, but it's basically we don't have quality assurance to provide an air traffic service in that area as a consequence of not dealing with the clutter associated with the visible turbines.
Okay. And is there a formal bit of terminology for that, or is that just parlance?
Probably not a formal. I was just trying to use the language that, maybe it was too emotive, but it was effectively that bit of airspace would be sterilised to us to the point where we wouldn't feel capable from a safety perspective to provide an air traffic deconfliction service. Okay. And is there a formal bit of terminology for that, or is that just parlance? Probably not a formal. I was just trying to use the language that, maybe it was too emotive, but it was effectively that bit of airspace would be sterilised to us to the point where we wouldn't feel capable from a safety perspective to provide an air traffic deconfliction service.
Thanks very much. Those are my only questions. Do you have any? No. Okay, so are you happy to go ahead with your re-examination, Mr. Finlay?
Yes, I am. Thank you very much, ma'am. Just picking up those last two questions, the last one first. You were asked whether there was any formal description of it. I think earlier in your evidence, you said that if that became if you use a neutral phrase, if you cease providing services in the area over Earraghail, whether that's abandonment or no-go, you indicated you would have to take a formal step to identify where that there was a change to your DOC. Is that correct?
We would need to promulgate in either our AIP or initially via NOTAM, Mr. Finlay, that we could not provide safe air traffic services in that particular area. So that would be a formal mechanism of advice.
I'm just thinking, but for the reporters, that would be the formal result of it. That's sufficient for my purposes. The first question you asked was about would somebody notice the difference in service? If hypothetical plane flying over Earraghail could be going to Glasgow Airport, could be going to Glasgow Prestwick Airport, could be going to Campbelltown, or could be just transiting through. I've chosen those three because it's in their DOC. If the plane was going to Glasgow Airport as opposed to Glasgow Prestwick, which provider of air services is it likely to request services from?
From Glasgow.
Why would it do that?
Well, it's flight planning into Glasgow Airport, so it would be speaking to the Glasgow Airport controllers. The coverage of the radar from Glasgow in that area, I'm not sure what the base of cover is.
I'm assuming, let's assume that all coverage is the same. I'm leaving aside difference of coverage. That pilot would approach Glasgow because Glasgow is the airport he was going to.
Right.
If he had to use would it be, is your understanding from that pilot's point of view, would it be more or less satisfactory to have to receive services from somebody from another ANSP to whose airport he is not going?
Yeah, it's an increased workload for the pilot when he really just wants to speak to his local ANSPs as he needs to make a safe expedition into his arriving airport.
And is workload on pilots, an increased workload on pilot, an element of air safety?
Absolutely, 100%.
Yeah. Now, I want to come back to, you may remember one or two questions on risk. And I want to come back to that. Assuming Terma is in place, because you're going to present an air safety case to the CAA on Terma, and then Earraghail comes along, at what stage would you be presenting an air safety case taking into account Earraghail? Is it now or is it later?
It would be later. It would be an amendment to the overall, or an addition to the overall safety case that we would need to submit to say there's a change in environment, this clutter has been generated in this area, this is how we propose to deal with it.
And so sorry, I didn't mean to cut you short. Is that the stage at which the CAA would measure your case against the type of requirements that Mr. McLeod has taken you through this afternoon and this morning?
Yes. I think we would probably have the conversations earlier if we chose, and we wouldn't choose not to mitigate using the Terma.
Yeah, I'm just understand that, but insofar as you've had to take steps at the moment, are you satisfied that you could satisfy the CAA that you've taken the appropriate steps given the stage where you are in that process?
At the moment, yes.
We know there's an agreement with NATS. Now, I think Mr. MacLeod put it to you, there should only be mitigation if it's absolutely necessary. Do you recall that?
I do.
So if we assume that the NATS mitigation is absolutely necessary, why would that be necessary? What is the impact on NATS radar in basic terms?
Very similar to the impact on ours, is that we assume one of the NATS radars who are providing surveillance radar coverage in the vicinity of Earraghail is detecting or would detect the rotating turbines and generate clutter. And NATS would have to do something similar to us to remove that clutter. Either, yeah.
We don't know what the detail of that is, but
we don't.
If it's absolutely necessary from a safety angle to mitigate NATS's provision of services, can you envisage any reason why there should be a different approach to Glasgow Prestwick's services in the terms of risk analysis requiring
none whatsoever, Mr. Finlay, and I think that's where I do struggle with this argument that the developers.
Thank you. At Stockery, and we didn't go back to it, but the level was a risk assessment of the type Mr. MacLeod was alluding to, provided in any sense to the reporter at Clockery?
No, not in the sense that Mr. MacLeod.
And we've already seen what the reporter at Clockery said about the risk, and I can deal with that at closing, so I don't need to go to that. Then, if you go to CD 1041, and I'm going to ask everyone to have a look at that. I don't think we need the. I think everyone's hopefully got a copy of it. We don't need it. It's the earlier pages I want to go to, not the example pages, because they were studiously avoided. But before we come to that, the issue that you have here is solely that of clutter on the radar screen.
Yes.
At the conjoined inquiry and other inquiries, there were issues about VHF and PD, which is the probability of detection. And just so that the reporters understand, because they're blissfully unaware of this, I hope, that even an optimized termer, the way termer's optimized is it creates over each turbine effectively a black hole or an area of no response. And there's a risk if an aircraft flies down a line of those areas of no response, the track may be dropped. That's why probability of detection is very short form in even an optimized termer may be an issue. And the reason why it's not an issue with an isolated wind farm is an isolated small wind farm is you won't get the probability of enough track drops. In broad terms, is that the issue with probability of detection. But as we know from your February letter, which is 1039, and that's a move on from your statement of case, those issues are not before the inquiry because the airport has accepted the risk such as it is if there's an issue on either issue. So the focus of the safety case for this inquiry is simply that of radar clutter.
Correct, 100%. Yeah.
So if we look at page 1, executive summary, I'm not going to deal with the summary. I'm going to go to page 2. There's a series of questions and answers. What is the most significant impact on airport radar? Clutter. I don't think I need to ask you. Do airport air traffic controllers provide air traffic services in this area? Effectively, answer yes, and there's a further slide to deal with that. 3, use of the airspace, who uses it, and you give the examples of that. Why is mitigation necessary? And you've given the answer to that. Is that, in terms of the mitigation of the class of necessary, is that any different, maybe the same question, but is there any reason why that should be any different from you and NAPS?
No, none.
What mitigation is available and appropriate? We can see that. What are the implications should mitigation not be utilised? A no-go area. Does that summarise your approach to risk and mitigation for the particular issue of clutter?
Yes.
Okay. If you go to the next page, utilisation of airspace. It shows that there are aircraft in the 3rd bullet point. It would be up to 460 aircraft a year transiting Earraghail, some of which won't avail themselves of a service, some of which will avail themselves to Glasgow, Nats, whatever. But there will be, of which 75 to 150 will be receiving a service from yourself.
Okay.
So that in order to provide a service in that area, do you need to be able to not only track the aircraft you're providing a service to, but the other aircraft?
Yes, I would agree with that.
Is that the essence of a deconfliction service?
Yes, that's a very good point, Mr. Finlay. We actually need to see what else is in the vicinity as well. So if you don't actually mitigate clutter, then that diminishes.
And you remember Mr. Kirkland talking this morning about pop-up traffic. What does pop-up traffic, what does that mean?
Well, that's a controller's worst nightmare sort of thing, is where they get very late indication on their radar displays of another aircraft in the vicinity of the one that they are controlling. So that's loss of separation, which is a pretty serious incident in air traffic norms.
And then you were asked about, you said that you hadn't identified any hazards in your recognition, but you needn't turn to it, but just for your note, ma'am, it's CD 1214. Mr. Kirkland identified a number of specific operational impacts at paragraphs 13 to 23, including clutter, shadowing, desensitization, track seduction, false tracks, etc. Are those hazards, Mr. Thompson?
Absolutely.
If Mr. Kirkland has identified them, did you consider there was any need for you to identify them?
No.
Okay. Coming back to CD 1041, the next page, now page 5, is an indication of what avoiding the turbine clutter by 5 nautical miles would entail. And the 5 nautical miles, I don't think there's any dispute between the parties. That's the guidance the CAA promulgate for avoidance of turbine clutter, isn't it?
Yes.
And then deconfliction service wasn't my idea. It's in here at page 6. You'll see there's a specific consideration in this slide, I won't go through it all, of deconfliction services and the risks from wind farms. Is this where, in part, you're giving your evidence as to risk in terms of the Earraghail?
Yes, and as I said in my statements earlier, that we chose to show the risks in a different format for this, which we hoped would actually help on some visualizations for the reporter, because it is quite a dry subject, this, so that we chose to use this approach, Mr. Findlay.
And then the examples with the wording beside them go on and give examples of that risk. Is that, if I read the correct? Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Just a few more questions. It was put to, and I think you agreed with, to an extent anyway, with Mr. McLeod, that the airport has a choice as to where it provides services, and indeed if it provides services. Is that an unconstrained choice?
I wouldn't call it an unconstrained choice. There is an expectation that the airport will provide the best service it can based on its equipment that it possesses and the type of aircraft that it regularly uses the airport or transits through the airport's DOC.
Let's see if that's the view of the CAA. Could you turn to 1053, please? Which is the CAA response, CD 1053. I'll read it out to you, I think, to save time. It's in the first paragraph. Let's just deal with it. The CAA seeks to ensure that the amount of controlled airspace is the minimum required. So what that's telling the reader is that they wish, so we know where Glasgow Prestwick's controlled airspace is. That should be the minimum required, and everything else will be Class G, as I understand it.
That's correct.
Air traffic services are provided in both controlled and uncontrolled. The fundamental aspect of this case appears to be the ability of the air traffic service provider to provide a full air traffic service continuously in its notified airspace to enable flight crew to obtain the optimal air traffic service for safe operations. Is that is that any different from your reference to you having an expectation that you will provide a full traffic service?
None whatsoever, and it gives us comfort that the CAA agree with our position on this.
Do? I think right at the outset of your cross-examination, you agreed that with Mr. McLeod that the decision as to the extent of a DOC is ultimately that of the ANSP.
Yes.
And that, but if you were, and ask you to answer that in the facts of this case, although that ultimate decision is for you, in practice, if you were to ask or represent to the CAA that you wish to reduce your DOC because of Earraghail, notwithstanding you had an available technical solution, what do you think their response would be?
I think they would be a little bit shocked that we would wish to do something like that when we had the capability to do it. And even if we persisted with the request, they would insist on a full safety assurance submission as to why we believed that was the appropriate thing to do.
And in terms of the factors that they raise in my reference. Yes. In terms of the factors that the CAA set out in that document 1053, page 1, paragraph 5, that is increased fuel burn emissions, workload for flight crew and air traffic service controllers. Taking account those factors, it would Glasgow Prestwick Airport ceasing to provide services over Earraghail, would that be a positive outcome with respect to those factors or a negative outcome?
It would be negative is what the CAA, I believe, are saying there is that they believe those alternate mitigation solutions are only interim. And they, in essence, are concurring with us that, best way to maintain the existing service levels is to remove the clutter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thompson. I think you can have your lunch now. I should just explain, we didn't stop you having your lunch in the interval, but you didn't want to eat while still under cross-examination. That is the effect Mr. MacLeod has. Or perhaps my re-examination has. Certainly not the effect the reporter's questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Thompson.
Thank you.
I'm sorry if I had any digestive effects on you at all, Mr. Thompson, or anybody else. Just one point just to pick up on, and it's just that very last question that Mr. Finlay asked. In fairness, I think my witnesses have been quite clear that vectoring has never been part of the applicant's case, and the paragraph that Mr. Finlay put to Mr. Thompson there was in the context of the CA's understanding about whether vectoring would be acceptable. So I just wanted to, I can make that point in submission.
Absolutely. I understand Mr. MacLeod's point, and that's the reason why I didn't put the whole paragraph. I just used the factors they were having regard to and applied them to the situation we have here. But Mr. MacLeod's point as to the basis of his client's case is certainly as it currently appears, is well made. Thank you very much, Mr. Thompson. Thank you, ma'am. That's the case for the airport. You appear to be on mute, if I can.
Thank you very much. I was just saying that brings us to the end of the examination and cross-examination of the witnesses. But as we're aware, I think you've begun doing some preparation for. We do need to have a discussion on conditions on aviation safety. So I suggest, especially if Mr. Thompson hasn't eaten his lunch yet, that we have another break and then resume to have that conversation. And I suggest 3 o'clock for that.
As I think I alluded to earlier, Mr. MacLeod and I have been having some offline discussions about conditions, and that 15 minutes was very much what we were going to ask for in any event to continue them. With the indication, I think, Mr. MacLeod will tell me if I'm wrong, that we hope we should be able to agree a condition if you were to, for instance, find in our favour the terms of a condition. And it may be more appropriate to do that without having to involve the two of you, unless you wish to be involved in it. But as you will have seen in our note that we submitted on Tuesday, the broad basis, if we put it that way, of the mitigation that is needed is not in dispute.
Okay.
But we'll need to. Our intention was to firm that out over the next 15 minutes. I think, given that we've both been concentrating on other things, obviously before now.
Okay. Well, I'll get off the call briefly, so you've got the whole of that 15 minutes. We'll come back at 3. You can tell me where you think we are, and then if we've got any further comments or questions on conditions, we'll raise them with you then. So I'll see you back at 3.
And just before we break, ma'am, can I just ask, are there any questions that you've got about conditions at this stage that it would be useful to highlight to us, because we could potentially think about those and see whether there's any scope for us giving you a joint position on that? I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, broadly what I've got in mind now, and I might come up with something else in the next 15 minutes as well, but what I've got in mind now is the condition that's in front of us relates to optimization of terma, seems to specifically relate to that. So it's our parties agreed that if the condition was needed on that condition is appropriate. Do we need a condition that would deal with whatever mitigation it is you're in the process of agreeing with NATS? Because it didn't look to me that there was a condition for that in the list that you'd submitted. And if the recommendation was that rather than optimising terma, some other form of mitigation for the airport was appropriate, whether that's any of the things that are being discussed, are the alternatives that are potentially being discussed things that would need to be managed through a condition, or would they just be things that would be for the airport to deal with without a condition? Those are the things that I've been keen to hear about.
It's very helpful. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll see you back at 3. Hello. I'll just wait for you each to reappear.
Just to let you know, I think both Mr. McLeod and Mr. Finlay are having a conversation just now, so perhaps maybe just 5 minutes if that would be possible.
That's fine. I'll come back at 5 past.
Thank you.
Okay, you can leave it now. Online. I'll just.
Hello, welcome back. So we discussed just before the break, I went through the things that the questions that I had or the areas that I was keen to cover. So I'm happy to let you between yourselves, let me know your thoughts, and I'll just intervene, or Ms. Hayward will intervene if we've got questions as we go through.
Shall I go first? Mr. Finlay and I managed to have a, thank you, James. We had a quick chat in the break there, and what I was going to suggest is that if I maybe deal with your second and third questions, Ms. Swift-Adams, and then we can come back to the actual condition. So the second question that you were wondering about was, did you need a condition related to gnats? And the applicant's position is that you don't, because we are in the final throes, I'm told, of the gnats agreement. I'm not personally involved, but I understand that we are nearly there. And once that's done, they will withdraw their objection, and that I say will demonstrate that they are happy to continue, or they are happy to provide full service in the area. And just on that point, Mr. Finlay had asked Mr. Thompson in re-examination about the availability of deconfliction service, and I'm told, and I'm happy for Mr. Finlay and his team to check this as well, but if you look at document CD 10.22, this is it's an extract from the AIP.
Yep.
Yep.
Oh, the map.
So,
Yeah.
so that shows the different sectors. I think it's replicated in one of our inquiry documents somewhere, but the area of interest is E. I think we're right on the boundary with E, just at the top of the peninsula.
Yeah.
And if you go down to the table below, where it says E, and then it says control/information sector available H24. I'm told that what that means is that there are 24-hour services available, which would include deconfliction service. But I'm simply relaying what I've been told, and if Mr. Finlay wants to come back on that, then by all means, feel free to do so.
We will investigate that. We don't necessarily agree that, but I think we'll have to investigate that position. Whether you can assume from those words that there is a deconfliction service available.
And can you just clarify for me, Mr. McLeod, how that relates to whether or not this is a condition for NATS?
Right, yes, sorry. So as and when NATS withdraw their objection, we say that demonstrates that they have no concerns about their abilities to provide services in the vicinity of Earraghail. Now, that then, I say, takes us on to your question 3, which is, do you need a further condition do you need a further condition if you accept our case, which is NATS can provide the services? And my answer to that is no, you don't. Because in a situation where NATS's radar has been mitigated, and that allows them to provide services in the area, there is no need for further mitigation. The services would be provided safely to the aircraft, and that ultimately is the point that is made in CD 10.53, which Mr. Finlay referred Mr. Thompson to at the end of his re-examination, where they say, this is the CAA. CAA say the fundamental aspect in this case appears to be the ability of the air traffic service provider to provide a full air traffic service continuously in its notified airspace. And then the reason for that, to enable flight crew to obtain the optimal air traffic service for safe operations. Now, we say that having mitigated the impact on NATS radar and allowed them to provide the services, the purpose is fulfilled. Optimal air traffic service and safe operations will be maintained in that area by NATS providing the service. So there's no need for a further condition to achieve that. The NATS mitigation agreement will have delivered that as a matter of fact in the area of Earraghail, and we say Glasgow Prestwick Airport does not need to be involved in any further conditioning as a result.
So when you mean there'd be no need for further mitigation, you mean that would put a burden on the applicant, if the airport wanted to go off and do other things, like avoiding the area, etc., that would just be all for them and not need to be recorded as or managed through a condition at all.
That's our position, yes.
Okay. And Mr. Findlay, would that be the airport position?
Yeah, can I deal with both of those? I think between the applicant and NATS, we're not involved in that discussion. In respect to the second matter, as much Mr. MacLeod has said that we clearly strongly disagree with, but we agree that if you don't accept our case, then no other conditions should be imposed, because what we would then do would be between us and the CAA, and wouldn't be a proper matter for the imposition of a condition. So if we went and optimised Terma ourselves, that would be a matter for us. But no, it wouldn't be a proper use of a condition consistent with finding mitigation unnecessary to impose a requirement on us to do that. There'll be no other mitigation from the applicant. The only mitigation we're seeking from the applicant is optimisation of Terma, and we don't accept that their profit mitigation or otherwise is sufficient. But insofar as you considered it was, then that would obviate the need for a condition.
Okay, thank you.
And can I just ask Mr. MacLeod? So it's you are saying that there is a completely separate agreement, separate from this application, because the application is obviously been made to Scottish ministers, but there's a completely separate agreement, nothing to do. Well, it's obviously to do with the application, but it's not tied to the application. That you're going to optimise NATS radar, or whatever you do, whatever you're doing with NATS. You'll be doing that completely separately with NATS without any reference to this application, so it's not tied in any way.
It's not formally tied to the application, but it's related to it in the sense that at the moment you still have a live NATS objection in front of you, and the mitigation agreement that's being put in place with them is to ensure that that objection is withdrawn.
And they'll only do that. They'll only do that when they're convinced that you're going to do it. They'll give you the money, whatever you're doing to them. They're convinced, they're happy that they're not going to be left holding the baby at the end of the day.
Exactly right. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Findlay touched on the only mitigation being sought being the optimisation of Terma. So should we come on to that part of the conversation, the condition relating to that? And were you going to lead on that, Mr. Findlay?
Well, in the absence of Mr. MacLeod thrusting himself forward, perhaps I can do so. We've had some discussion. We don't have an agreement on that yet, but I think there's a level of agreement, I won't put it higher than that, that a properly defined wind farm mitigation scheme is the way forward. By properly defined, I mean not an open-ended one whereby we can try and obtain any other benefits other than optimisation of Terma. But unlike condition 5 as proposed, which simply requires a payment of money, optimisation of Terma is a process which requires coordination between the parties. And for that basis, a wind farm mitigation scheme as a vehicle to encompass that is a more appropriate vehicle to do so, and indeed was the vehicle that ministers determined on in Sanka 2. But we're not, and it's, I think, condition 7 in Sanka 2, but because the issues here are different and the ambit is different, we're not suggesting Sanka 2 can be immediately translated for this inquiry, but it's a similar process. And what I think we're agreed is that we will attempt to agree
the precise terms of a scheme, which will set out its parameters and make provision for payment and the like, and no doubt for demonstrably and reasonably incurred costs, which is a phrase of some importance in previous inquiries. Insofar as we can't agree the detail, we're agreed we can deal with that by identifying the issues in dispute and making submissions and closing submissions on such matters as remain in dispute. But we consider there's at least a reasonable chance of us agreeing the whole. There's clearly a risk. I'm not going to assess the risk that we won't, but if we don't, we can agree with it, deal with it by way of the mechanism I've outlined.
Okay, thank you very much. So is there anything else on conditions?
I think the only thing I would say is we are open to a discussion on what further measures would need to be set out in a condition. But our position, I think, has always been that we would prefer to have a condition that required us to undertake to pay for certain mitigation. Now, if what Mr. Finlay's clients are proposing is an expansion of what might be described as the heads of terms there to explain a bit more about what's involved and how it would work in practice, I don't think we've got any difficulty with that. And we're certainly willing to continue a discussion and to see where we can get to. But like Mr. Finlay, I'm not going to assess the probability of that coming to pass quite yet.
Okay. So I think that's a matter for your discussion that's yet to come.
Yeah.
I've thought of another question that I had earlier that I forgot about. It's going back to the point you made, Mr. McLeod, about not needing a NAPS condition. You're going to have an agreement with NAPS. If that happens, they'll withdraw their objection. You think that means no condition is needed. I just wanted to check whether, does that put us in the same or a different position to any other cases where there's been an agreement with NAPS? Have there been conditions used?
I don't think there would have been conditions used because it's a bit like, as Ms. Haywood was asking, is this in some way tied to the application? And my answer was it's not, but it is related. So NATS are in the process at the moment, but if we get agreement with them and they withdraw their objection, they're out of the process. And our agreement with them will regulate what needs to be done separately. And ministers don't need to be concerned about that because, as between us and NATS are comfortable that what needs to be done is going to be done. So there is no further need for mitigation. And I suspect that will have been the same approach taken in other cases as well.
You don't definitely know, but you think probably the same.
I don't know for sure, but I can't actually imagine. I mean, the only circumstance I could think of are suspensive condition that says something like you can't begin development until NATS have withdrawn their objection or something like that. But we expect
withdraw rejection here, that would be different, I guess.
Yeah.
Same. Okay. You got any more questions? Okay, so I don't have anything else on conditions. If you both don't have anything else on conditions, I will just move to closing remarks. Okay. So our witnesses have gone, but in their absence, I'll thank them and each of you for participating in the session today. Thank our own admin and IT teams, of course, as well for their help. I wanted to just revisit the timescales for the remaining documents and closing submissions. So we agreed some variations to what had been previously agreed in the business meeting. Now, my notes say we've agreed that Thursday next week, Thursday next week, was that the deadline for you had a document to submit?
I did. It was the delivery the deployment plan for the airspace modernisation strategy. So I'm happy to share. I'll send that document or a link to it to all parties. I've sent it to Mr. Finlay already, but I'll send a copy to you as well, probably later on today. And then if we're able to make submissions on that by next Thursday, and then the suggestion was that Mr. Finlay would have until not the Monday after, but the Monday after that to come back in his closing submission on what we've said.
Yeah, so I think that was Monday the 19th for the airport's closing submission summary of case, and that would wrap the comments on that in. Yeah. And then I've got Monday the 26th for the deadline for the applicant's closing submission and summary of case.
Yeah.
So I think that covers everything, and anything on conditions will be included within those submissions as well. Is that right?
Yeah.
No separate deadlines on conditions. Okay, thank you very much. It doesn't matter for all the documents, if the summary of cases on aviation safety could be in Word format, that would be helpful. It's not essential, but it would be helpful. Once we've got all of that documentation in, Ms. Hayward and I are intending to complete our part of the process as quickly as possible. The DPA target date for the case is the 8th of November, but we hope to finish before that date. And of course, we could do that any time from that final close of submissions of documents. So any time from, it's late August. I just wanted to flag up that if by then we haven't had confirmation that NATS withdraw their objection, we would have to report on the basis of the formal position, which is that they are still a formal objector at this stage, as you mentioned, just to McLeod. Okay, just wanted to flag that up. Are there any questions before we close? Any further points people wish to raise?
From me, ma'am.
You, Mr. Finlay? No? Okay, then I'll just reiterate my thanks to you both and everybody else, and close the session. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Hayward.